we had a workshop where they said AI agents will replace even programmers. AI agents will do everything. So what is the point that we learn? Do you all have this question top of your mind? Okay. So let's do a small exercise, small demo. You just see the demo, I will do it. Okay? Before I answer that question. So this is Visual Studio Code and I have Copilot enabled here. Okay. Okay. Visual Studio Code. Many of you have used Visual Studio VS Code. Here is an agent mode. Correct? Okay. So tell me what software you want to build. Should we build Instagram or WhatsApp? Which one you want? Instagram? Okay. Can you build Instagram kind of social application, create Android app, iOS app and all the backend required? Okay, we all can be like a Mark Zuckerberg by end of this session. Build this app and sell it for billions of dollars and then go to Bahamas or Miami for vacation, right? All the best. Pray to the God. Bhagwan, madad karo. Let's go for it. So what is it saying? I'll help you build complete Instagram like social application with Android, iOS and backend. Okay. And what is it saying? Like social apps, everything. Then it is saying create a shared component and utilities. I'll say hello. Sorry. So looks like God is on our side today. Hopefully we'll build Instagram and sell it to somebody. Have you tried this? Have you tried this VS Code with Copilot? Lovable you all must have tried, right? Lovable you all have tried? No. I mean these days whenever I go for any hackathon reviews in colleges, all is Lovable sites. So the algorithms.com website is also developed using Lovable, by the way. See, this is a simple React based front end that I have opened the Lovable project actually. So our entire website is actually built using Lovable because if you are building a single page application with React, right, then Lovable does a fairly good job. So we just tell that, okay, what is that we want to render, what are our images, what are our videos. We give all the data like this and it just puts it very nicely like this in a very beautiful way. So I didn't write a single line of code. For this website. Entire website with more than how many pages? Home page, skills page, internship page. I mean all these 4-5 pages. Algo labs, Algo bridge, Algo hire, and then all these pages. Everything was built by Lovable. And you can see a huge amount of prompts that we have given here. Everything from no, I'm not liking this button to make this button yellow, remove this text, align this. So there's so much of conversation you can see here in the prompt which we use to build this website. Earlier, our first version of website we had outsourced to one WordPress engineer in Hubli and he has charged us 20,000 rupees and his job is gone. And Lovable built website better than him in about 20-30,000 rupees. Website is better, faster. Now the Hubli guy has to call and say, hey Prashant, you have to change this. He'll say, sir, I'm busy, I'll change tomorrow. Lovable will never say I'm busy, never say I'm tired, never say I'm on vacation. So cost wise it turned out to be same 20-25,000 rupees, but the website is way better than what that guy could do. And second is, I can go and update the website anytime I want. Like, I have people in sales and marketing, they don't know anything in coding, and they are able to use Lovable and update our website. So the landing page was actually built by my sales and marketing team, and then I went and changed it a bit. So this is what the Gen AI can do, okay? And what it cannot do is what I'm going to address first. So let's see what happened here. So let it work, let it do the work, right? And we will see when it is done, right? I don't want us to staring at the screen. Let it continue to work in the back end, okay? So let's understand little bit about all of you are computer science students, right? So let's understand little bit about AI, Gen AI, and where it is heading, because unless you know the history and the context, you will not be able to connect the dots. Is there any AI ML student here, or everybody CSE? CSE. Did you study AI as an elective subject in first year? Do you know anything about AI? How AI works? Okay. So, bros at the back, I'm going to explain how AI works. Probably will be helpful, even for your algorithmic trading. Okay. So generally, let's say I want to in your VTU marks card, I want to give whether your distinction or your pass or fail, right? Logic is very simple. You will write structured code like this, right? If CGPA is greater than 7, then you will say, you can say, let's say class is equal to distinction, something like this, right? Then you will say else, and then you will say CGPA greater than 6 and less than 7. Then you will say first class. Something like this you will write, right? This is what? This is structured programming language. Any logic that you can think yourself and say logically put it, saying that if this is the condition, do like this. If this is the condition, do like this, right? So similar to cooking. Cooking is also very logical, correct? There are so many things which are logical or mathematical. All of that you can write a code using if else. Okay. I have a picture of a person, right? I have a picture of a person, and then I have a picture of another person. So one is wearing the helmet and another one is not wearing the helmet. So how will you write if else code to find this? I was telling, right, you take a bike and violate any of the, go without a helmet in Bangalore now. There are some cameras. They can detect whether you are wearing helmet or not, and the fine get created. Have you seen this happen in Bangalore? Not just this one. They can even also detect whether you are wearing the seat belt or not. Okay. How will you write this code with if else? I'll give you a picture. Is it possible to write it with if else? Because the way we look, the way helmets look, the way the seat belts look, the way the car look, everything is so different, correct? So problems like this, they go for what? They go for machine learning. They go for machine learning. So what does a machine learning algorithm need? It needs sample data. What does sample data mean? See, I'm sure as a child this is how we would have all learned, but I'm sure we all have forgotten. But in your house, if there is another child, right, in either friends, relatives, initially what we tell the child, beta this is dog, beta this is cow, beta this is gulab. We do that, right? So what are we doing? We are doing machine learning on the child. We are showing sample, and then sometime the child will call Gada as Goda. Then we'll say, no, ye Gada hai. Right? This is Gada and not Goda. Is that what we do? exactly what we do in machine learning. So they convert this image into some vectors and lines. They gray out the colors, they remove the colors, they gray out the image, and they find all these lines and vectors, and then take around, let's say, 1000 such pictures of people who are wearing helmet, and then about 1000 probably of pictures people who are not wearing helmet, and they will create those images and say, this image person is wearing helmet, this image he is not wearing, she is wearing, she is not wearing. So this is called labeled data. Labeled data. Now there are different machine learning algorithms which are generally invented by scientists, not by engineers. People who do masters and PhD in computer science and AI, they invent those algorithms. Software engineers only have to learn how to consume that algorithms, how to consume those libraries. There is a difference between inventing a new machine learning algorithm versus consumption. For example, you all use sort functions and all in Python, right? What are you doing? You are consuming the invention. You are consuming a standard library that is written by somebody, right? PyCharm, sorting, the libraries that you use. You are not creating those libraries. So machine learning algorithms, creating new algorithms is a difficult task. It's a very difficult project. In a year, maybe 1 or 2 new algorithms will come. It's very difficult to come up with new machine learning algorithms. So we probably have some now 30-40 algorithms, and already the libraries are available. So you have to see what algorithm works best for this scenario. Okay? Learning consumption of AI is completely different than becoming an AI scientist to create new algorithms. Please have that clarity. Okay? Then once you do this labeling and training, what is the output? What is the output from it? What is the output from this? So here you have data. Then from data, what you do? You do labeling, right? From labeling, you will do machine learning. From machine learning, what is the output? The output is called model files. And you will be shocked, what does this model file contain? What does model file contain? It contains coordinates on a graph. It contains coordinates on a graph. Sometime 2D, sometime 3D. So that is why all the concepts like calculus and advanced mathematics get used in machine learning. So the model file is basically having some coordinates on the graph. Okay. Then what is the next stage? Build one service. What is a service? You have to write code in Java or Python or C. So you are writing code in Java or Python or C or Golang, all these backend languages, right? So in the backend language, you will create one service. What is a service you will create? That service will take an input request. What is the input it will take? It will take a new picture of a person which is not there in this data. Let's say I train data with all of you except Gautam, right? The input to this API, I will give Gautam's picture where he is wearing helmet and not wearing helmet. Based on this data, it can tell whether he is wearing or not. So this is called training set. This data is called training set. Okay. Like this, I create another set called validation set. One is training, another is validation or testing. Okay. I will not just test with Gautam. I will again create another 400-500 people photo for do validation. Now, which language you write this code in? It could be any of the backend languages, right? So 99% of this code is regular software engineering. Please listen this carefully. I am repeating it. The service that will consume this model and predict whether Gautam is wearing helmet or not is a regular code that a regular software engineer, SD engineer has to write. Can they use Gen AI to write? Of course, yes, to do that work faster. But do it at scale and deploy it at scale and use it at scale, you still need an engineer who is an SDE. Clear so far? So this backend service, this service is 100% our regular software engineering. Then what is the input here? Input, you give one photo. The output, it will say what are the violations. So it will say violations, helmet missing, seat belt missing. It will give the violation list. Then once it gives violation list, what happens? It goes to another backend. Another backend. What is that backend? This backend opens the challan. It opens the fine. It creates the fine. And what kind of software is it? Is it AI software? No, it is non-AI software again. It is a regular backend software. So it's a regular backend software. Then the police can see whether you have got a fine on their mobile phone. That's a mobile app. What type of app is that? Is that an AI app or non-AI app? Non-AI app. This is again a mobile app, is a regular software. You can also go to their website and check what fines you have. They have a website also. Now that website, is that an AI website or a regular website? It's a regular website. So if you just take Bangalore traffic police software, if let's say there are 10 lakh lines of code, right? Can you guess how much is AI in this? Less than 1%. Rest 99% is regular front end, back end, data analysis, reports, mobile apps. Rest all of that is the regular software. Now to do that work, can engineers use help of Copilot and Gemini and other things? Of course they can use. But can it build the entire thing by itself? The answer is no. So please remove that confusion that Gen AI has come and there won't be work for software engineers. Is just a hype or a myth. Can you guess number of lines in Microsoft products like say Word, Excel? So there are 10,000 SD is working. Like SD means SD1, SD2, principal SD, all engineers, right? Programmers. More than 10,000 people are working. Let's say they all create or edit, each one of them, right? Each one of them at least contribute around 10,000 lines of code every year. Add, edit or modify. Imagine the number of lines of code it will have. How many files can you upload in ChatGPT right now? Let's say you have a project and you want to upload files to it and ask it to modify. How many max it will take? 3? 10? Huh? Can you upload, let's say you join Microsoft. Will Microsoft ever allow you to upload 1 lakh files into the ChatGPT and ask how to add this feature? Will they allow you? Huh? Let's say you join good companies where there are products and those product code, they have like 5,000 files, 10,000 files. Will they ever allow you to upload it to ChatGPT and add that feature? The answer is no. Why will they allow? Why will they allow their private intellectual property code to be uploaded to someone else's cloud? So please, do you all have to learn AI? The absolutely answer is yes. Do you all have to learn how to use machine learning in your project? Answer is yes. Do you all have to run, this is called integration of AI into your project. Do you all have to learn that? Answer is yes. Do you all have to learn how to use AI agents? Answer is yes. Do you all have to learn how to use AI in your VS Code to do your work faster? The answer is yes. But the wrong understanding is, oh, AI is coming, I will not have to write code, I don't have to know the details, and it will do everything, I'll just give prompt and sit there and or sip coffee, is wrong. Because the app that it will write is a demo piece. The one that it is writing now on my laptop is a good enough only for the demo. I cannot take it and deploy it in the cloud. Even let's say I try to do it, Maybe after some 1000 or to 5000, 3000 people start using it, it will start crashing. It is not designed for scale. So when you build software for the scale, it is almost like building a fighter jet. And what this guy is building now is you take cardboards and do projects in the school, no? What do you call? Craft work? So what it is doing is that it is good enough for that demos, good enough for showing it in these demos, right? Now, this is one part. Now, what is that LLM and agents changed? And this technology, by the way, this technology existed in the world from 40 plus years. The first time I used AI in my life in the year 2007-8. Where I used this? I used it in Bing. Why? Search engine was one of the earlier software to use lot of AI for ranking. Then I used it for classification of the advertisements to see which is a good advertisement, bad advertisement. So there is an algorithm called bag of words. So it was used in 2008-2009. So what is that changed then? Why there is so much hype all of a sudden in 3-4 years? Why? This is clear. Any doubt on this? Why 1% code is AI code and why 99 is regular full stack code? Do you understand this? Okay. Next. What is LLM and why there is suddenly so much hype? So initially, I'll just tell brief history of computers. There is a website called Computer Museum. I'll send the link. You can explore it later. Computer Museum. So when initially computers were invented, can you guess how big were they? What was the size? You have seen those pictures? Almost like a single bedroom, right? Single bedroom. And what was the input and output language for those? Binary. Before assembly, binary. And how that binary information was given? Punch cards. What are punch cards? Literally, the machine used to be like a one bedroom, single bedroom this big, and person used to be this small. And what would person do? Write the program or write the calculation they want on a punch card, and in that they would write this 0, 0, 0 means 0 is they would actually make a hole in the paper. They would make this hole in the paper here, and 1 means they will leave blank. So they would do this. This is called punch card. Okay, and this punch card was fed as an input here to the computer. It will do all the calculation, and it will, in the output also, it will produce a punch card output only. That again, that scientist will say, okay, this is binary, let me convert it to decimal and find the answer. This is how painful, pain is a very small word to mention, how painful it was to use the computer. Will you use computer if it is like this today? And who can convert everything to binary? Only the scientists and engineers or mathematicians, no? So from this time, what has been engineers and scientists trying to do? They all have been trying to make computer understand humans, not other way around. Here what is happening? This is a machine and this is a bro. So here bro is trying to learn computer. Bro is trying to learn how to work with computer, right? Have you all attended computer classes in your life? You have gone? Oh, I thought this generation, you didn't go to computer class. You are all born with computer skills. So you all went for the classes. So what was happening? The bro was learning how machines work, right? But from the beginning, the ambition of humans and engineers have been that machines should know how to talk to the bro. That has been a human ambition, and that we cracked 2 years ago. So that is called NLP. What is it? Natural Language Processing. Did NLP exist before? It existed. There was voice assisted software in Alexa, in Siri, and also in many of the cars, right? But they were not generic, they were not scalable. They had a lot of errors. They would not work all the time. So what is the big breakthrough we all had? The big breakthrough we'll had something called neural networks and deep learning. Neural networks and deep learning. You remember my first slide where I said what is machine learning? How machine learning works? You remember this part? Training data gets converted to coordinates on a graph, and then, okay, I missed one important part to explain here. Let me just explain that, because then you will connect the dots. So what happens when we give a new image as an input, right? It will find its vectors. It will find its vectors and lines. It will find that data, and it will plot that data on this graph. It will plot that point on this graph, and from this graph it will determine what is the violation. If the point is here, then person is wearing the helmet. If the point is below this line, then person is not wearing the helmet. It is as simple as that. So once the model is ready, asking the model, giving that input and checking, it can be done in milliseconds. Did you get this or no? I mean, I'll give another analogy, right? Let's say you have a graph. You have a graph for some data, X and Y, okay? Now I will give you one input and I will say, tell me whether that input is above this line or below this line. If it is above this line, then person is wearing the helmet. If below this line, person is not wearing the helmet. Whenever I take other person picture and that point happens to be here, it's clear person is not wearing the helmet. If it happens to be here, then person is wearing the helmet. So this was the algorithm, traditional AI. What changed in deep learning and neural networks is they started mimicking the way human brain works. In fact, the person who got Nobel Prize for inventing neural networks, he said that even I also don't understand how some parts work. Then people were shocked. He said, boss, you are the father of this algorithm, you are creator of this algorithm. Then how are you saying that you don't know how it works sometime? He said, I tried to mimic human brain in a mathematical way. And once I mimic that human brain in a mathematical way, even I don't know how it is working now. Some nuances of it. You can go and watch his podcast. Who is the person who invented neural network? Even I forgot his name. So search and you ask for Nobel Prize. You search in the internet person who won Nobel Prize for deep learning. Okay. Now coming to the next part, which is LLM, right? So what is that agents and LLM that are doing? So why suddenly this agentic AI and everything is so famous? Because now you can converse with computer. Now the machine bro is able to understand the natural language. That is the breakthrough. So far you are learning computer. Now computer can talk to you in your natural language, not just in English. Now it can talk in any language. Slowly it has learned now all other languages also. So it's able to talk to you in your natural language. Okay, this is one first breakthrough. The second breakthrough is whenever you give a task like the one I gave, it is able to come up with subtasks and take those subtasks and divide and again try to do it. This is second part. Third part is something called RAG, which is whenever you give a task or you ask something, it will do a regular web search, read all those results, 10 pages results. From that it will generate your answers. That is the third part. Okay. Now what is an AI agent? What is an AI agent? Why is it? Whether agents existed earlier, they existed from 20 years. I worked in a domain called engineering system which was full of agents. What is an agent? Agent is something that whether on a fixed, like every day at 8 a.m., every day at 10 a.m. it will run the task, or whenever there is some event, also it will run the task. So this is called an agent. So what is an AI agent? This agent is talking to APIs. Which APIs? LLM APIs. Large language model APIs. Let's say in your college, every day the professors have to send attendance report to principal. Let's say not professors, let's say there is a clerk who do that job right now. So they seek attendance from everybody, compile a report and then send it to your principal every day end of the day. Correct? How they do it currently? That clerk will message all the professors, they all write the attendance, send it to him. He or she will download it on their computer, put it on Excel sheet, and then they will say, sir, total turnout is 67% and the highest attendance was seen in third semester computer science, the lowest attendance is seen in 7th semester computer science. So he will write like this and send it to a principal. Correct? This kind of work now can be automated using AI agent. All the professors have to do is they can create one, assist at principal email ID. All the professors email that data to this email. This email will send it to an LLM API and it will ask it to generate a summary report and take that summary report and send an email to your principal. This can be done. So whose job is lost? Tell me. Did principal lose the job? No. Did professors lose the job? No. Who lost the job? Clerk. So there will be displacements. I am not saying there won't be displacements. There will be displacements. Anything that involved natural language understanding and processing, and only because of that they were sitting there, those will be gone. But for software industry there is some confusion. What is the confusion? They are saying if earlier to build one good Android app, if we needed 5 developers, do we really need 5 developers now is the question. That everybody is waiting and watching. Okay. And why in Microsoft fired some 10,000 people, Amazon fired some 30, right? Apple fired, Google fired. Why they are firing those many people? Is it all just because of Gen AI? Any idea why they are firing so many people? Any guess? In how many years? So people who are interested in finance domain, the folks at the end and the last, all the folks who are interested in stock market, I have some interesting information. In how many years periodically recession comes to the world? Recession ಎಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ? In how many years the recession comes to the world? Do you know what is recession? Correct? In how many years the recession comes? Any guess? See, if you want to work in stock market, algorithm trading, all of that, you need to know this. In how many years the recession will come? It repeats every X number of years. Okay, note down the name. Ray Dalio. Note down the name. Ray Dalio, How Economy Works. Watch it on YouTube later. Sir, coffee. Oh, okay. Thank you, sir. Can you check? Ray Dalio, How Economy Works. So what? He's one of the very famous guy in financial world, owns one of the biggest hedge fund. So why I want you to understand is because in your career, right now we are in recession, right? By the time you graduate, we may be out of recession or we are still in the recession. And in your 30-year career, it will come back multiple times. That is the reason I want you to understand this, because once you understand this, you will feel more confidence to face it. So how many times, in how many years gap the recession will come? 8 to 10 years? Very good. 8 to 10 years. How? So you watch that video, but the gist of that video is this. So what happens is, there is a growth phase, okay? There is a growth phase for 7-8 years, and then there is a recession. Then there is a growth phase, and then there is a recession. So this growth phase is generally about 7 to 8 years. And this recession generally is between 2 to 3 years. This drop you see here, right? 2 to 3 years. Okay. Now, unfortunately, we are all here probably. Okay. Things can go even, like some people say we are here, some people they say we are here. Okay. But some people say no, we are here and we are going to crash from here now further. And to be honest, these are all expert opinions. Only when it happens, we'll know. Okay, but we are somewhere here, we are somewhere in this zone right now. Then by the time you graduate, if you are lucky, we will be in this phase. And when we are in this phase, what happens? Companies will do lot of hiring. So in this phase, what will go up? The hiring will go up, new projects will come, new companies will come, new loans are taken, everything is positive, you know, everything is going very positive and happy. The world is really going and progressing, the markets are growing, the GDP is growing, everybody is becoming richer, everybody is getting more jobs, you are, you know, getting higher packages, better placements. So that is this phase, which is called growth phase. Okay, now in my career, how many times recession came? I worked for 20 years. 2 times. So first time it came somewhere in 2003-4 mild, and then somewhere in 2009. 2009 was a big one. Okay, and when that recession come, what companies do? They either the company itself get closed, or the project get closed. Project gets closed. Do you know Microsoft had a mobile phone, smartphone? And how many engineers were working in that? Do you know? Around 9,000 people. And Microsoft decided that they don't want to work on mobile phone at all. So what did they do? They closed the division. So how many people lost the job? 9,000. Now were there smart engineers there? Of course, yes. And where will these 9,000 go? They are given an option saying if there are openings in other team like say Azure or Windows, you can join those teams. When Amazon fired 12,000 people recently, it is not those employees' mistake. It is just that investment they made is not working. Let's say you all decided you want to open one Momo shop next in front of RV. Let's say for whatever reason that Momo shop is not successful. You are losing 10,000 rupees every month. Will you keep running it and feeding students? You will say that, okay, it's not working. Maybe students at RV don't like Momo. Probably we should have tried Bhaji or something, right? And then you will close the shop, right? Same thing. Bill Gates decided that we should not do mobile phones, and he said that let's close the shop. What is your fault in this? Now there is another kind of firing which is performance based. I'll tell about that. What is a performance based firing? People who don't know what is the size of int. People who will return the local variable back from function. People who don't know how to write a code which will not crash in production. People, they write 100 lines of code, and in that 100 lines of code 10 bugs come out. People are tired of fixing bugs in their code. Whatever code they write, others are not able to understand. Whenever they talk, they always talk negative. अरे life में कुछ नहीं चल रहा है, सब ये हो चल रहा है, नहीं चल रहा है, अरे उधर वो चल रहा है. They are always gossiping and talking about others. So when recession comes, who will be the first bakra? All these people. Please don't get me wrong. I am not saying all 12,000 who removed were them. No. 99% of them get removed because of the business decision. Because they close the project or they close the company. Less than 1% are those people who somehow cracked DSA and lead code, mugged up some 100-150 questions, and they got lucky on that day. The 3 questions they asked came from that set. They got lucky and they somehow got in the company, right? Or when there was a written test, there was no proper monitoring, they used ChatGPT and pasted the code, or they wrote the code. Somehow they got in the company. But when they came in the company, they are not able to perform. So these people are the one who will be removed. And every year there is a performance review in which 1 to 2% employees get removed anyway in all the companies. No matter how good interviews we take, 1 to 2% low performers will come. Because in interview they will all say, no sir, I will do any work you give me. I will just live in the office only sir. I don't have personal life. I am very passionate. I want to be the next Bill Gates. Right? They will talk all like this in the interview. And when we give the work, they will not deliver. So they will come in that 1 to 2%. And what happens if you don't know the fundamentals and you are building the scalable system, right? You will always check in the code praying to the God, Bhagwan ek code sambhal lena. Pata nahi kab jaake fat jayega, where it will break. Do you want to be that kind of engineer, or do you want an engineer who will check in code with confidence? What type of engineer you want to be? And luckily you all have ChatGPT now. You can take suggestions from it. You can ask it to test your code. You can ask it to find bugs in it. You can ask it to mentor you to write a better code, which will work for million users. So from your mind, if there is any confusion that you don't have to learn coding, you don't have to learn data structure, please remove it and do that favor to yourself. After 10 years, you will come and thank me. Yeah, you will anyway find me on Insta or YouTube. You will message me saying, sir, you told us on that day and we listened to you and my life has been fine. Okay. With that, let's get back to our class. Is this question addressed completely? Any more doubts in your head? But don't forget to watch the Ray Dalio's video on YouTube when you go home. Okay. Note down the name. Did you note down the name? Okay. So how many of you solved the interview questions? Quickly go over the solutions. Which one was tough? Minimum platform was tough? Okay. Then how about this one? What was the other one? Stock one. Stock one, how many of you solved? Can you raise your hand? Stock one. Okay, looks like none of you did tried doing anything after going home. You were all tired. Okay, I asked simple homework, which is what is the cost of virtual machine in Amazon? How much is it? 31,000 rupees per month? Okay, thank you. Now, do you know how important it is to write the code in an optimized way? Instead of taking one machine, if you write bad code and your company has to take 2 VMs to run it, and that 31,000 they have to pay every month. So per year, how much it will be? 3 lakh? 72,000, 372K. So there is a famous company, I'll not of course take the name of the company. They are one of the India's biggest retail businesses. So they hired a bunch of freshers to write their data analysis jobs in Python. Okay. And all these people came, they used list and everything, left, right, center, wrote for loops, nested for loops. Okay. They just got the job done. They got the data processing work done. And their AWS bill was 1 CR per annum. Then management realized that, oh my God, there was no senior in the team. All 10 juniors wrote this code, and that's why it is like this. So they hired a couple of seniors, and then the seniors could reduce this to 20 lakhs per year. Just by knowing time complexity, data structures, and know how to write an optimized code. Now imagine if company would have not realized that, how much money they would lose. And what will happen eventually, their competitor, if they are able to optimize and run the business in a low cost, they will beat them. Because some margin they'll pass on to customers saying, okay, you take the discount, right? So they are saving about 80 lakhs here. So out of that, they will say, okay, 40 lakhs, I'll give discount to my consumers. Will they beat their competition? That is why I asked you to find that price. Okay, the second homework was, how much infinite loop? How many of you tried infinite loop? Stack Overflow. You tried? Okay, can you see the code? Okay, I have to switch the screen. One sec. What was the second homework? Infinite loop. Are you able to see the code? Stack Overflow, main method calling Stack Overflow, and again Stack Overflow is calling Stack Overflow. Infinite loop recursion, clear? Let's run it. process returned some error code. Okay, let's see how much RAM is gone. Do I have still RAM in my laptop? I am using only 13 GB of 15.6 GB. So there is still memory in the RAM. So how operating system terminated that process, you can see that. Why it terminated? Because it exhausted the stack memory it had. There is a limit, there is a cutoff. In Python it is 999 something. So you can only do recursive call 999 times in Python. In C there is some memory limit, and with that memory limit the operating system killed the process. Clear? Stack memory is not infinite, only one memory is infinite, which is heap, and that too not really infinite. Okay. What was the other homework? What was the other one? Instagram. What was the homework on Instagram? No, go to Modi's page and find who are the common friends, right? That you did in class only, no? Okay. Okay, let's get to the coding questions then. Okay. So let's switch the screen. Let's quickly finish the coding questions and get to LinkedList. So the first one we will do is stock market one. So what is the question? You will be given prices like say 5, 3, 1, 6, 9, 2, 4. Okay. So these are what? Like this is like day 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Okay. See, anybody want to do this like a mock interview? I would like to come here and we'll demonstrate the mock interview. Okay, person will get, we have a course, right? We have a course, SD full stack course that's worth, actually it's worth 20,000-30,000, but right now we sell it at 6,000 so that you all get help. I'll give that course for free to you if you come here and you will get the experience of mock interview. The course that is worth 6,000 rupees, you will get it for free and you will get an experience of mock interview. And if you want, we'll turn off the camera. Gautam will turn off the camera if somebody comes. Okay? 1. I'll count 3. 1. And I'll be like you will see a real interview, how it is done face to face at Microsoft. And in TalkMate to do this, they charge you 3,000-4,000. Okay? In online, they charge 1,000 to 2,000. In person, they'll charge you 3,000-4,000 rupees. Forget the course, that experience is itself worth 3,000-4,000. I'll count 3 and you have to come. Okay? 1. Tick tick 1. Tick tick 2. Tick tick 3. Please come. Please come. Super. Can you give a big round of applause? Turn off the camera. You're fine? Yeah. Keep it off. Let them feel comfortable. Camera is off? Okay. Camera is off. Good name?
Abhishek.
Abhijit?
Abhishek.
Abhishek.
Anish.
Abhishek and Anish. Super. Please come. So, in the face-to-face interview, I will summarize Abhishek and Anish. Abhishek and Anish, correct?
Yes.
Anish. Abhishek and Anish. I will summarize what I explained yesterday. So you keep those points in mind and you try to be like a candidate and I'll try to behave like an interviewer. Okay? So the first point is always requirement collection. So I just give you a very vague problem that I'll give you stock prices,
Yes, sir.
closing day, and you have to find what is the profit, right? I just gave you one line statement. So the first step is requirement collection, in which you will ask me questions to get more details. Okay? And you are only implementing a function that will tell me what is the maximum possible profit you can generate. Okay. After requirement collection, you will try to come up with some brute force algorithm, like as if you are doing it without any computer science knowledge. That's your brute force approach. Okay. Then you will try to translate this brute force solution into some form of algorithm. Okay. Then we will discuss about how to optimize it. And then finally you will write some pseudocode or real code, whichever you want to write. This is the order: step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4 and step 5. And then you will test it also. The another thing is testing. See, how are these rounds designed is, the real software development in the industry happens this way only. Requirement collection happens, after that design happens, after that coding happens, after that testing happens, and then you ship the software to production. Please listen it one more time. Why this is done in this way is because in real world also software development goes through these phases. So we are checking whether mentally you are ready for that. Is it clear? So these are the phases. Now you can ask me any questions and I'll interact with you.
First question is, how many times can we buy and sell it, sir? So do we have to trade only once?
Very good question, Anish. Anish, right?
Yes.
Very good question. He is asking, sir, can I do only one trade or I have to do multiple trades? See, I'm already convinced that this guy is good. Probably he is most likely good. Very good question. And answer is, you can place only one trade. One buy and one sell.
So only one? Sir.
One. Huh.
Okay.
So first we get the least value, and then when we get most value, and we subtract the both, and we get the profit. That's the highest profit.
Okay, can you manually just do it and show it for this input data?
So one is here. So I'll buy it at 1 and I'll sell it at 9. So I'll get maximum profit.
Which is?
So at 0th index, at 2nd index I buy it, and I sell it at 4th. So 2nd day I buy it and sell it at 4th day.
4th day.
Yeah.
So can you explain now in the form of algorithm how to determine it? Your answer is correct. You will buy on 2nd, which is 1, and you will sell it on 4, which is 9.
Correct.
So your brain is able to find it, right?
But the most profitable route is not that necessary. So shouldn't we use the most profitable route because we have the data set in front of us?
What would be the most profit? Like what is the max profit?
Is the most profit we can
Correct.
do.
You are absolutely right.
Here to here we can do like 5 if I'm not wrong. And then again if we buy it here and sell it here again, we can do 2 more in the end.
Super.
So if we do multiple trades, it's the most optimized route, sir.
Sure. That can be another interview question. So Anish is asking, sir, instead of you put a condition saying only one transaction, sir, if you remove that condition, I can generate more profit out of it, is what he is asking, and you are absolutely right. So I will tell that you first write code for this, then we can, if time permits, we'll solve that also. So now I will tell one trick. If you are very confident, then only increase the complexity of your problem. Otherwise, you just write the code what they asked. In your case, I am impressed by your question. But if you really push the interviewer, sir, that is better, I will write that only. Then interviewer will say, chalo beta, applic lo. You will write it down, right? It may increase the complexity of the code and even algorithm. So when you ask that question, if you are confident, do it, because they will be super impressed. Because I came with this question, you evolve the question to next level and you solve that, most likely I'll just say strong hire, right? If you're confident, go for it, go for the kill. Otherwise, you play it safe. Okay? Good. And the another thing here is, when you come on the interview, you have to speak your thoughts louder. You cannot keep quiet and think in your head. Why? Why? Exactly. The difference between written test and interview is, see, if we just wanted to see whether you can write code and solve, then Microsoft would have hired just by taking written test, right? Multiple written tests. One with security guard standing next to you, one with somebody holding up to you, one making sure there is no ChatGPT anywhere around you. We would have taken 4 or 5 tests and hired you, right? Why is that? Why we take face-to-face interview? We want to see how you think, how you break down the problem, how you ask questions, how you get clarifications, how you communicate with us, what's your body language, what's your attitude. We check all that. It's a psychological soft skill analysis, psychological analysis, technical analysis. Multiple dimensions of your personality get analyzed in a face-to-face interview. It is not just O of n square and O of n. I have hired many people who gave algorithm which is n log n or log n. It's never O of n always. And very rarely O of n square as well. You understood? Yeah, please. Now, so the same thing applies. So whatever your thoughts are, you need to speak it loudly and they can also hear you. The way you guys are thinking about the algorithm.
So there's two ways to go about this. One is we can sort everything out, so we'll have the lowest and highest as the first index, and the last index will be the lowest and the highest.
As you told yesterday that A of I. So then we get the lowest value, and then we get the index of the first day.
So we don't need to use an additional data structure as well. So we solve two things. So our question is there any other limitations that we need to know about?
Correct. So if help me understand if I understood your. Let me know if I understood your algorithm correctly. Anish and Abhishek, you both are suggesting that you want to sort the data.
Correct.
So that the lower values are on the left side and higher on the right side. And you also want to remember the day. Yes. Like this is day 0, day 1, right?
Yes.
So how you want to remember that?
As I said, yesterday you told the problem of the index, right? There's the anagram one. You told the values inside the array. So use this thing, no?
So you'll create one more array?
No. The same sorted array.
Can you draw that? Can you sort it and draw it? The days, you will lose the day information.
So the other way we can go about it is just find the lowest.
So now, they came up with an algorithm, and in that algorithm, there was one small mistake, right? I pointed out that mistake in a very polite way.
Correct.
So you as a candidate, you should do that strong acknowledgement. Like, I will play your role, right? Like this now, I'll try to act like Anish and Abhishek. Sir, oh, I missed that. I forgot that the days are tied with the values. Let me see if I want to use additional data structure to handle it. The approach is still same that you want to sort, but since I will lose the mapping between the day and the price, can I use sir additional data structure to store it? And there can be a gentle smile on your face. You don't have to look like very serious. You will say, oh sir, I missed it. You don't have to look very tensed. See, the more you smile, the interviewer will smile at you. The more you are like, what the hell this guy is thinking? They will also be like, okay, looks like this guy has a lot of attitude. So, how you feel in the interview can be controlled by yourself. By little bit smiling, little bit asking questions politely, acknowledging the mistake. So, the moment you will say, oh, sorry sir, I forgot that. Then in my notes, I'll write person has growth mindset. What is growth mindset?
Ready to learn.
Ready to learn, quick to learn. Yes. That goes as a very strong signal. Okay? But you both are doing extremely well. This is your first face-to-face interview.
Yes, sir.
And you are in 3rd semester.
Yes,
you will give your first face-to-face interview when you are in 7th semester. Hopefully. And looks like you will crack it. You are doing extremely well as a first time experience of a face-to-face interview. You both are doing extremely well.
That should, sir.
Go ahead.
So can we use an additional data structure?
Yes.
We can.
Yes.
So we'll just sort it out and we'll reference that.
You initially reference and remember it.
Yes.
Like which day is what value.
Correct. So we'll reference it and then we'll sort out the thing and we call back the second data structure and we.
Sir, I think in Python we can use it. We can use the day as dictionaries. We can use key and.
Very good. Super.
So if we use dictionary, it will be much easier.
Okay. So go ahead and draw one dictionary.
So.
And what is the key and what is the value? 0 is the key.
0 is the key. Value is 5.
Okay.
1 is the key. And 3 is the value, and so on and so forth.
So just you do one thing. That key and value, you just write it as a table here.
Okay.
So I think they have the algorithm. So second attempt, they have an algorithm, and now I want them to explain the algorithm with immense clarity because they have to write a pseudocode or a code for it, right? So now I am making them write that input data and algorithm very clearly on the board. Okay, so the reason, Anish, I'm asking you to, I'm asking both of you to do that is now for this sample input, three of our brains will act like a processor.
Correct.
And we are feeding the algorithm that you both came up with. Now that brain processor will act like a debugger or a processor. With your algorithm, it will run through the algorithm and try to see if it works. And if it works, what would be the answer? And that you have to speak your thoughts louder. So you will say the way to explain that. Okay, since it's the first time, I'm going to give you a small demo of how to explain that. Sorry, where is the pen? Here. Sir, in this array, initially I will scan through the... Okay, please all of you listen. So this is how you should explain your algorithm to the interviewer. Please listen it carefully. Sir, I will read this array, one element at a time, and I will take the index of this array as a key and value at that index as the value and insert this data into a dictionary. So this is my key and this is my value. I do this, sir, before I sort this array. Then I will go ahead and sort this array. So, sir, after sorting, the array would become something like this. So here you will write exactly that array with, okay, you will write that, and then you will say, okay, I'll then start scanning from here, I'll go from here, I'll look into this, and these are the variables. Sir, I will use a variable like say profit, or variable like buy day, variable like sell day, right? Something like that. So you'll explain those variables, and then you will use your finger and arrows and then move the data, read the data and explain the algorithm. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So you will try doing it, and can I erase this? You all noted down this, right? So can I erase this one?
What data structure would you have used, sir? Additional? Since we use...
No, this is a good choice. This is really good choice. Super. I'm telling you, you both are doing extremely well, and maybe if I come for recruiting when you are in final year, I'll hire you.
Touch wood, sir. No, we are sorting them.
You are sorting them, correct. Okay, now you need to explain algorithm and do the changes and find the answer. Yes.
So first off, we take this data structure and we sort the data structure out.
Guys, please listen, because when they explain, then I'm going to pause and give them feedback and all. Okay, please pay attention. Yeah.
So first off, we take this data structure and we sort it out, which gives us at A0 value we get the lowest number, and at AN value we get the highest number. So based on that, we call the dictionary.
So what we did was all the values given in the dictionary, we put it and we sorted it. So we got all the values. So with respect to that, the key values have also changed. So what we want to do is we get the key values and the max and the min and the max we minus it.
Super.
That's what we are going at.
Yeah, good head. So go now step by step.
Okay.
Like go into the minute detail. High level algorithm is clear.
Okay. So now what we did, step one was we sorted the dictionary. So now what I think we'll do is we'll get the value. So we call the value, sorry. We'll get the keys.
So we'll get, let's say the array is A. So we get A0. And based on the length, we get, in this it's A6. So we get A6. So we cross-reference it. We call the
dictionary
and we use the variable and we call the key. So when we call the key, we get the key value. And that
A0 is the key.
A0 is the key and A6 is the key.
So we'll take this as key 1, we'll take this as key 2. Instead of key 1, key 2, we'll take it as max and min. And we subtract max and min.
So since we use an additional data structure, we can go back to this data structure because we didn't change the value in this, and we'll just call back the value and we'll get the answer. That's all.
Okay. So here, if I understood correctly, both of you, great job in your first attempt. You are doing well. So this you saw as a min value.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
This is min and this is max. Correct?
Correct.
So the max possible profit. Are you all getting it? What is the max possible profit? Buy at 1 and sell at 9. Okay. But is it a valid answer? They have to check. Why? Because the buy date has to be less than sell date. Correct? So can you now see you are on the right track? You just form the algorithm to solve this problem. See, they are heading in the right direction. They just missed this part. Okay? Now they have to solve that part.
Thank you for pointing it out, sir.
Yeah, very good. Super. Claps for them. See, they immediately learnt and they adapted that. Super.
Really? So after pointing it out,
So we'll take a few minutes.
Yeah, you discuss. Brainstorm. Which one? Charging. Auruk beda. Recording beda. Are you liking the mock interview? You want to be there on the stage for the next question? No. You want others to be there? See, do you see how I am judging them? Like how they communicate, how they think. So it is never like, so why in the interview they are not allowing you to use Python? Do you know why? With Python, students are writing 2-line code. So if they write 2-line code, how will I judge them? Well, there is no conversation with them, right? You're getting the gist of the interview? Solve the problem? We have a solution? Yes, go for it.
So we'll give it an attempt, sir. So right off the bat, we have a key value here, no, sir. So it goes to 4 and 1. It cross-references 4 and 1. In case it goes to something like 1 and 4. So that time what we do is we check if the second one is greater than the first one, which is the max should be greater than min. The key value of max should be greater than min. If it's not, then we go back this way, sir. So we go back to n minus 1. N minus 2 and we keep recursing until the min will be the same, sir. Min will be constant. So until we reach that, we do this. If it falls through, which means that the min is towards the end, we reverse the loops. So
Okay.
Make the max the constant and we go the other way around.
Okay. Very good. I really like how you are trying to, improvise your solution. Super. Now, I have one question. You got the value 1, right? Now, 1 as min and this as max. So, you have one pointer, one element here.
Yes, sir.
Let's say this as max,
Yes, sir.
right? Or let's call it sell day.
Yes.
Let's call it sell day and let's call it, please, all the bros and guys, please listen here. So, let's call it Anish and Abhishek as sell, please. So they gave me an algorithm. See, you can discuss it when you go home because I want you to hear this conversation. That conversation is far more precious for you right now than actual solution, right? So they explain the algorithm and the algorithm is they want to start from this end, okay? And generally when you say, you try to think of some good variable name, right? So let's say you want to start from this index, let's call it as sell day, right? And this is generally your buy day. This you want to be your buy day. Okay, you start from here and here.
Okay.
Correct?
Correct, sir.
Then for this value 1, now you have to find what is the actual day at the, you have to find, you know that value is 1, right? You have to find in your original array, this is your original array and this is your sorted array. Correct?
Correct.
You have to find on what day the price was 1. Right?
Correct.
So you go back to the dictionary and you check on what day, but there is one small mistake. What is it? There is one small mistake in the dictionary. What is it? You don't answer. See, in key value in dictionary when you want to do, right? Let's say it's a key and it's a value. Whatever you want to search faster has to go in the keys. Like say I want to search on which day the price is 1.
Oh, okay.
So
you wanted us, thank you sir, for pointing that. So you wanted us to change the key and value. So basically the stock prices should have been the keys and the indices should have been the value.
The reason is you want to find which day the price is 1.
Correct.
So please update the dictionary. You understood? See, I saw the dictionary was wrong, but did I interrupt them? No. Did I make them feel nervous? No. Did they understand that it is wrong now when they explain the algorithm? Yes.
We should take day as 0 also. That is also another mistake.
Like say in our case we are saying day as 0, right? 0 and 2. It's okay. Keeping it 0 helps. Otherwise you have to every day, every place you have to ask as 1. Plus 1. Now 1. What is the 1? 1 is a key. On which day it is 1? On day 3. Correct? On day 3. Then on which day it is 9?
4.
On 4. 4. So is 3 less than 4?
Yes.
Answer is yes. What is the profit you can make? 8. So this is the max profit. You have the answer. You have the algorithm. Super. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
Great. Please, can you clap for them? So the homework is try to, let them settle down. Anish and Abhishek, what's the time complexity? I forgot to ask you the time complexity. To sort, how much you will spend? To sort, you will spend n log n, no? What is the time complexity? Sorry. See, the interview should not end without that discussion. What is the time and space complexity?
So we sorted once.
Sorting is n log n, correct.
And we need a loop for this.
O of n.
That will be n.
Correct. So n log n plus O of n, which is n log n only.
N log n.
Super. Space complexity?
So we use 2 data structures.
And
actually we use.
Also a dictionary.
Is this counted?
No, this is not counted.
So
only
we
the
use
extra.
2, sir. So 1 by 2.
So O of n plus O of n, which is O of 2n, and which is nothing but O of n. 2 is constant, right?
Correct.
So space complexity is, understood, space complexity is O of n and time complexity is n log n. Actual time complexity is n log n plus O of n, but the major component or major weight is on n log n, so you would say n log n. But to the interviewer you tell all this, sir, this is n log n, this is O of n, so then the overall complexity is this much. Okay, super.
Sir, we have a question for you. Since ours is ours n log n, right? Can you help us to solve it by O of 1? Is there any feedback?
O of 1 not possible, O of n is possible.
How would you solve it, sir?
Yes. So very good question. They are asking how would you do it? O of n. Okay. Let's say in the interview we finish this whole conversation in 20-25 minutes, right? So then we generally give a hint. Okay. Generally give a hint and try to guide you towards solution, which I'll try to do now. Yes. And let's see if you'll catch the hint and do it. It's not that I'm testing your intelligence, I'm demonstrating that technique. Okay. So this is a great solution and very good solution. Looks like it can be optimized further. And since one thing you have an advantage on your side, which is the values are sorted based on the days. So all the values on the left of a number are before the sell date. So the numbers on the left are appearing before the sell date because they are sorted by the day.
Yes.
So if you assume that the first day is the good day to buy and the second day is the good day to sell and calculate the profit and then try to slowly navigate in the array and see if your previous profit is smaller or greater than your next profit you computed. Maybe you can find it in O of n. Can you give it a try?
So
You understood?
So can I clarify something?
Yeah, please,
So
please.
you assumed that the first day was the best day to buy, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And second day is the best day to sell.
So
You start with that assumption and then slowly check if that assumption is correct or there is some
So first day remains constant or like
First day remain constant. See,
remains constant.
because you cannot buy before that.
Correct.
So you can only buy on first day, and you cannot sell on the same day. You have to sell on the next day. Clear? Understood? You got the algorithm? Anybody got the algorithm O of n? Anybody got O of n? Come. Anybody got this algorithm to do it in O of n? Please come.
You can use an extended for loop like this.
So what is the algorithm? You explain. No, I will not read the code. Just explain the algorithm with sample
Just
input.
initiate the min price to the integer max, some random maximum number. For every price in prices, I just compare it with the min price. Obviously, the first one will be maximum. So 5 will be the min price here. Then this statement will not apply.
Max profit.
No, it's else if, sir. I use else if. So this loop will be over. When it comes to 3, 5 is greater than 3 here. So min price will be 3. Till 1, min price will be 1. From there on out, it will go to the if statement here. We'll continuously find the max profit here. I'm using the max function here. So price minus min price and the max profit.
Where is this max profit function defined, or is it just a max? Sir?
Yeah, I'm using the max function here, sir. It will.
See, you can explain the algorithm like this, right? So you draw that like this, right? Let's say.
I'm just trying to keep the min price as 1, sir, till the end.
3. See, the min you can always start with the first one because.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing, sir.
Okay, so this is an 2 and 4, right? Now this is the day. So day is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Okay. So now you will initially say the min is 5 and max is, let's say I'll make it easy for you. Let's say next day is a max because 5 and 3, no? 3. Right? So min is your buy and max is your sell. Right? So 5 minus buy is 5 and sell is 3. So when you do that, what will happen? It will be minus 2. So it's a loss basically, which is okay. It's okay. Then what you will do? Then you will go to, since it is minus, then you will still move this pointer and this pointer to the next. So buy will be 3, sell will be 1. So what is the delta? It's again minus 2. Then you again move both. Then buy will be 1 and sell will be 6. What is the profit? 5. Right? Then you will now not move the left because it's a min. You will wait there because you are now in a profit and this profit is greater than this profit. So you'll hold on to the min. Then you come to 9. Then once you came to 9, now 1 minus 9 is 8. So 1 minus 9 is 8.
Of both the values.
And then you'll go to 2. Now when you go to 2, the profit will become minus 1. So you will stop there.
Yes, sir.
That's it.
I'm doing the same thing here.
But that's algorithm is not coming out. So when I ask you to explain algorithm,
Yes, sir.
you have to
Wait 10 seconds then.
you have to explain like this. Okay, but good that you're thinking on that line.
Every price in prices, I'm checking, sir. First,
I understood. You are thinking in the right line. Just structure it good.
Okay.
What's your name?
Chandan, sir.
Chandan. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
You got it?
So we made a rough attempt.
Okay, sure.
Assuming the first day.
Okay, check class. Okay, they have an improvised solution. You all tried yourself how to make it O of n? Anyone else got it? No, I'll not ask you to come and explain. You can comfortably raise the hand. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, good job. Okay.
So assuming it's the first day, right as we start off, this will be a negative answer if we subtract these two. And then this will be also negative. And
But you don't have the dictionary, no? In O of n.
So that's also in this, we can do it in this as well.
Just explain me there.
Okay, sir. Right off when we start from here to here, it's negative. So we shift the value to here and we get a negative answer here.
Correct.
And then we shift the value here, we get a positive answer
We
here.
store the positive.
So we fix it at positive answer.
You're very, very smart guy. Yes.
We fix it at the positive answer and then we traverse from this point to the next one. Until we reach a negative, it means that this is the lowest. But the minute we reach a negative, it means there's another lower number. So we can go ahead, and the advantage of this is we don't need to go back because the number of days is only increasing.
Super.
So we store this as max 1. We can use another data structure, so it doesn't affect time.
Variable, just the variable.
So we use another variable saying that we'll store first max, second max.
Super.
And whichever is the highest max, we print that out.
Brilliant. Can you give a big round of applause for them? You figured out yourself O of n. I just told that it is possible, and I just told that you have to scan it from here to there. Did I reveal solution to you? No. I just guided you saying it's possible to do it, and you do it from left to right. Super. For the sake of everybody, I'll just explain that algorithm in a simple words. Now I will explain, and you reflect on how you explained and how I explained and what is the delta. Okay? So I'm explaining that algorithm with O of n now. Please pay attention. You can try it yourself at home, but let's. So now you are my interviewers and I am your candidate. Okay? We'll reverse the roles. Sir, looks like there is no need to sort the array because we have an advantage, which is they are sorted by the day. And guys, please listen. Because the day on the left can be the by day and the day on the right can be sell day. I will start with an assumption, and you have to use the board and pen and marker and actually draw it and show it. And better to do it, if let's say you have messed up the board, please have a clean board so that you can actually write those variable names and show it. And this is exactly how to explain it so that interviewer understands it very quickly. Okay? Because you might have come up with some algorithm that interviewer did not read earlier. So they have to understand it very clearly. It should not happen that your algorithm is correct, but you couldn't explain well and they think that it is wrong. That should not happen, right? So this is how I would explain to the interviewer. I will say, okay, I'll have to stand this side. You please come that side. Both of you. Sir, since they are arranged by the day, I will start reading the elements from the left, and I will assume that the first day, I will call it as by day, which is at index 0. I will assume that this by day and by price, right? This price as my by day. And I will assume that my second day, which is sell day at index 1, and sell price, which is 3, are my best bets. And I will compute the profit. I'll say, and I'll call it as max profit. And what is the profit now? If we are buying on 5th and selling on 3, what is the profit? Minus 2. Sir, I will begin the loop with this assumption that this is my best bet. And I will traverse through the array to see if there is a better trade to be done. Sir, since anyway the profit is negative, I will move both of them forward. So now this arrow, let's call it as BD. I'm just using, in interview use good variable names. Okay, here to save time I'm using smaller ones. So BD, and then this is not Kannada BD, this is just B and D, and this is SD, sell day. Now with this BD and SD, which is 3 is by day and sell is 1, what is my profit? Minus 2. Sir, looks like this is also not an answer. So again I'll move my BD and SD. Now SD is here and BD is here. Now my buy price is 1 and sell price is 6 and profit is 5. So I will update the max profit to 5. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Correct? Then now sir, I don't want to move only the BD and SD to the next day immediately. I only want to move SD to the next one. The reason is we are already in profit and this number is small. So because of that reason, I will not move my BD, I'll only move my SD. So now my SD, my buy day is still at 1 and my sell day is at 9. So my profit is 8 and 8 is bigger than 5. So I will update my max profit to 8. After this, I again move my sell day to 2 and the profit will be
Less than that.
Profit will be less than that. Hence, I will not update it.
Yes.
Clear?
Clear.
Clear? when you explain like this, the interviewer will also understand it very clearly. Okay? You saw a difference between the way you explained and I explained. Is this more clear? So what you have to do is, to prepare for face-to-face interview, forcibly you have to sit with your friend and explain the algorithm to the friend and make the friend understand. Make that bro understand. And don't leave the bro till you make the bro understand the algorithm. You divide, right? You say, you study this problem, I'll study this problem. You help me understand this problem, I help you understand this problem. That will help you improve your explanation skills. Why this is tested in the interview? Why this is tested? Because software engineering is a teamwork or individual sports? Teamwork. In team you have to explain to your colleagues, right? That is why it is tested. But you did a fantastic job. This being your first interview, I am super impressed.
Thanks.
They both will get our course. You understand Kannada? Okay, Baruta, okay. So Gautam, note down their mail IDs. Can you go to skills.algorithms.com and sign in with your Gmail ID? Skills.algorithm. Sign in with your Gmail ID and give Gmail ID to him or me. We'll enable it. Okay? Congratulations. Give them a good round of applause. Okay. This is your second year. This is your third year. And this is your placement year. Right? So engineering is how many years degree? No, it is 3 years. Because fourth year you are just busy with placements. Fourth year is what you are doing? Placements. Correct? So engineering is how many years then? 3 years. So what do you learn in first year? First year you learn coding. Then what you should learn? Physics, chemistry, you leave it. So as a student, what is that you need to master in the first year? Coding, then fundamentals, then understand how code works, compiler works, how it works, the memory works, all of this, right? So first year is coding. I would suggest you learn all the fundamentals and along with that also learn little bit of data structures. In the second year you start problem solving, that lead code, you learn data structures, operating system, DBMS, and then you start building small projects in the second year. Small projects. One more subject I forgot, which is object oriented programming. Super important for the interview. OOPS, OS, data structures, DBMS, problem solving. You start problem solving simple problems in second year. Okay. Third year you get to problem solving medium and hard. In first year you should finish strings and arrays. Strings and arrays, if possible, LinkedList also you should finish in the second year. Okay. Third year you should get to trees, graph and heap and DP, dynamic programming. Okay. And here now you should do some one or two big projects. So that by fourth year entry you are ready for the placements. This is the roadmap. Is it clear? I am sorry for my bad handwriting, but I told you verbally what it is. So PS, DS, OS, DBMS, OOPS. Second year, solve simple string and array problems like what we did so far in last 2 days. Go to lead code and try to solve these problems. In arrays, let's say you have 3-4 round of coding. Trust me, there will be at least one question on arrays and strings, and one on linked list and trees, and one on DP or graph. If you are giving 3 rounds, minimum one will come from string and array. So that you will crack in second year. Then third year is where you have to master the trees and DP and graphs. Clear? And there is a website called topmate.in, topmate.io. In that you can schedule mock interviews. They charge you like 1,000 rupees, 2,000 rupees. You can schedule mock interviews with Employees of Microsoft, Google, Amazon, whatever company you want. Have you watched this Salman Khan movie? What is it called? Where he was a wrestler, no? Sultan. Have you watched Sultan? So in Sultan, there is one scene. Anushka Sharma humiliates him. His ego get hurt. So what he does? He goes to her father and he says he want to fight. And all other experienced wrestlers thrash him. Correct? Then after the thrashing, he says, Abhi mujhko mera auqat pata chala. I'll come back prepared. So the top mate will help you for that thrashing. So pay 1,000 or 2,000 rupees and get thrashed first. Let there be a Sultan moment. That interviewer will tell you where and all you are lacking, what and all you need to improve. After that thrashing happens, then you know, okay, I have 2 years to get ready now. I'll make a plan and get ready for it. Is it a good idea? It is like, pay money and get trashed. Okay, so now let's move on to our next data structure, linked list. Did you all study linked lists already? No? One of the very interesting data structures. Do you all want to take 5-minute, 10-minute break or can I continue? Break? Okay. So please take 10 minutes break. Even I want to take a 10 minutes break. Once you come back, we'll learn linked list, and linked list has amazing interview problems. They are way more interesting than arrays. And the good news is in linked list there are only some 8 to 10 interview questions. Total. All will be variation of this 10. If you understand this 10, then you will solve any of the linked list questions. Okay. In arrays there is no limit. In arrays, I can go, to stock data, agricultural data, this data, this data. We can keep creating new problems in arrays. But in linked list, it is limited. And there are few patterns. If you learn them, then you are done. So let's start understanding what is a linked list. Before you understand linked list, right? What did I tell you on the very first day? Before you understand anything, you should ask why. Why linked list exists. Let's list down 5 reasons why linked list exists. What is the first reason? DMA. DMA is a technology, but what is the DMA helping you with? What is the limitation of the array? Exactly. So array is fixed. So these are limitations of array, right? So these are limitations, or you can, no, not limitations. Let's say why we are using linked list, right? So the problem with arrays is they are fixed. That's the first problem. What is the second problem? They cannot dynamically grow. So what did linked list do? This fixed this problem and it will allow it to grow dynamically or shrink dynamically. Not just grow, it can even shrink also. So growing and shrinking both. What is the second problem with arrays? Same data type. See, even in linked list also, Java and C++, okay? Java and C++ and C#, they all want you to have all the nodes of the same type. It is only the Python guy became crazy and he allowed everything. Because in Python, no matter what class you use, everything is an object in Python. Because of that, Python is able to support it. So these are called strictly typed and loosely typed. So Java and C++ and C#, they are all strictly typed. So when you declare a list of type, whatever it is, it has to be of same type. Okay, don't get confused with that. What is the second one? Exactly. Who is that? Who said can't delete? Very good. Super. So in the array, let's say I allocated 3 bytes. I mean 3 integers, right? 1, 2, 3. Can I delete 2? I mean I can overwrite and shift the element, but always that memory will be there. I cannot perform delete operations here. Right? I can do, but then I have to shift. I have to shift all the elements from left to right to left. So delete is Delete is time consuming. What about insert? Let's say I have some elements in the array and I want to insert a new element in between. Let's say I want to insert it here, perform some new inserts. Again, it is related to this only, fixed size, but then performing delete or insert operations, the shifting is needed. We have to keep shifting the elements left to right or right to left, correct? So say delete operations or insert operations, these are all problematic. What else? Memory allocation, where it goes? Stack or heap. Arrays go to stack unless you have declared a pointer and dynamically allocated. Generally when you declare array, right, going in stack. Since it is heap, it can grow. There is another advantage, which is multi-threading and multi-processing. You will learn that in when? Operating system. So if there are different threads of the process, they can access the heap memory. If there are multiple threads, they can access the heap memory. They cannot access the stack memory. You will learn it in the theory, why and what and all. So when you want parallel programming and they want to have shared data and pass between the threads, then it helps. Okay, I'll write it as a point. Sharing data between threads. You will learn it in the theory class. What else? I think good enough reasons. Now let's get started. Okay. So what is a node? One entity or one element in a linked list is called a node. And what does node have? It has two parts. One is the data and there is the reference. And generally in a singly linked list, this reference is called next. Okay. So what does it mean when you say that you create a node? What is the process of creation of a node? How do you create a node? So in languages like say C, we use something called struct. All of you learned struct? Right? So you use struct, and in that you can declare the variables like this, right? You can say int data, and then whatever is the name of this, let's say you called it node, then you will say struct node star. What is a struct? Struct means you are declaring a structure which is creating something called custom data type. What are primitive or built-in data types? Int, char, floor. What is a good example of struct? Let's say student. Student can be a struct. Employee can be a struct. And it can have multiple. See, generally in linked list we use only one data, but it can have more. It can have like say character array with 100 elements for name. It can have float for CGPA. It can have multiple data elements. And when you do say struct node here, this struct node keyword, this together, it becomes a custom data type or user defined data type or a programmer defined data type. Now you can reference this as a variable itself. Let's say I called it student. Instead of node, I can give any name. Okay, I will call it student. So now struct student becomes a data type. Struct student S1. So now what is the data type? This is the data type. And what is the variable name? This is the variable name. Now how to declare a pointer of this type? Take the data type and put a star. That's it. Now it really spins our head because we are declaring that struct yet, we have not yet closed the loop, and we are referencing it inside the same. That's what makes it confusing to the students or beginners. This I declared struct student, I opened like this. okay, and I said int age, and then I have not yet closed the brace, and I'm writing struct student star next. So when compiler is reading your code, when it sees this, it immediately remembers that this is a custom data type. So when I reference it here, it knows that this is the pointer. Okay. In RAM, what happens when you declare a pointer? ये हमारे RAM है, RAM में you declared a pointer, right? So let's say pointer is student list, yes list. I will not keep writing this struct student every time, okay? I'll just say SS as a short form. You know there is a keyword called type def. So type definition or type definition. So I can say struct student type def SS. So then this SS becomes the alias for that variable. So this is like, you know, you have nickname for your friends, right? So you are giving a nickname for your friends for this data type. So here I said SS is equal to star yes list. So when I wrote code like this, what happened in RAM? This is the important part. If you understand this, you'll understand the whole linked list. Bros, in the last interview question you discuss tomorrow, you learn this one today. So literally what happens in the RAM for this instruction? How many bytes got allocated? Let's say there is only one in that struct, there is only int data and then SS star next. Only these two variables are there. So how many bytes got allocated? When I declared that SS is equal to star S list. Any guess? You do a guess. It's okay because I know that this is not covered in your syllabus set. I know that 4 bytes. Any other guess? What is the size, memory size of a pointer? And what determines that? Variable you understood yesterday, right? Variable integer size is based on CPU size. But addresses number of bytes depends on who? Logically you think, no, anatomy of computer. Yeah. Think. Anatomy of computers. CPU bits, number of bits in CPU determines your integer data type size. Where the variables get stored? They get stored in RAM, correct? So what determines the size of the pointer? RAM, correct? So like the CPU has number of bits, what RAM has? Addresses. RAM is like your it is like your IRCTC. It's like a train and there are berths and they are fixed. So what does RAM has? RAM has addresses here from all the way from here to here. So how many addresses it has? If it is 4 GB, 4 kilo, it could be 4 GB, 8 GB, 16 GB, right? It could be multiple GBs. And the address that it can reference, earlier what used to happen is that they used to design the RAM only for the address that the processor can handle. There is a breakthrough where they started dividing this process space, right? So now given a process, it can have max of this much address references. Whenever you want to read anything from RAM or anything you want to write, you need to know the address of it in the RAM, correct? And every room here has some unique address. So in the earlier technology, the processors were small, RAMs were also small because they had only that single mapping between each address. In the newer world, where you can expand the RAM to larger address because your CPU has become 64-bit and you can reference lot more addresses now. What is the value of 2 to the power 64? That's the max number of addresses you can reference. And anyway, a single process would not need this much memory. So we use less than that. So RAM has addresses. CPU need to read and write to that address. So number of CPU bits also influence how big your RAM can be or how much memory you can access. Is this clear? Okay. Now let me not go too much into hardware because then you will start getting overwhelmed. Let's come back to the software part of it. So when you declare a pointer, the pointer size is equal to what? Equal to the address size. How many bytes you need to store the address, and generally in our modern computers it's 8 bytes. Address is not like your regular integer variable. This is a special type of variable which knows the address of this location, and that address of that location is getting bigger because you guys are using 16 GB RAM, 8 GB RAMs. Clear? Connected the dots? Why this is 8 bytes? Because it has to reference some address in the RAM. Okay. Now, where is the DMA then? Then later we will say, so this variable is declared here. Okay. Let's say this variable is here now. We have allocated the memory. Then we will do dynamic memory allocation and we will say malloc. How we do DMA? How we do DMA? This is how we do DMA, right? So you will say that variable name is what? Yes list is equal to, then you will say SS star, then you will say malloc, and let's say I want to only allocate for one element. So then I will say size of SS multiplied by 1. So then malloc. Now what happened is somewhere here in RAM that memory got allocated. And how much memory get allocated? Whatever is the data, in data 4 bytes and a pointer 8 bytes. So total 12 bytes. So this much data got allocated in the RAM, and this has an address. Let's say this pointer here has an address of 100. Okay. This pointer address is 100. Now this memory DMA we did, and this DMA the address is 500. Okay. Now here at this address we will store 500. See, I am writing decimal values to not confuse you. It will be a hexadecimal value, enough to fit in a 8 byte data. I am writing decimal values. Don't write this in exam. You write in exam saying it will be hexadecimal value. So this 500 is now stored in this pointer. Initially it is like this. Okay. Initially I created a space. What's your name, buddy? What's your name? Ayush. So I went to Ayush and I said, Ayush, you need to remember where Ashish lives. Okay. Declaring pointer is telling Ashish that, Ashish, I will give you an address. You need to remember Ashish's address. That is what line? That is this line. Okay. Then I went to Ashish and I told Ashish saying, Ashish, you need to remember date of birth, you need to remember year, you need to remember lot of details about student, and you need to also remember where is Anish. That is DMA. Then I go to Anish, and Anish I'll tell, Anish, you need to remember all this data and also remember where is Akash. Your name, sorry? Ayush will not know what is the address of Akash. If you want to go to Akash, where he have to go first? Anish, ask him, dude, what is his address? Then he will say, bro, you go there. Then he will go to him. This is exactly how it works in the RAM. I'll just erase and show you linked list in the RAM. This will really clarify how the linked list work in the RAM. Once you understand that, coding becomes like a child's play. You will not make any mistake when you write the code. So, this is the RAM. We created one struct called bro. So, let's rename our struct as bro now. So, bro list. This is at address 10. Then we did actually memory allocation to store one data of the bro. which is, let's call it bro 1. So this is bro 1 and there is lot of data. But it also has one space reserved here to store where is the next bro. And the next bro is here in the RAM, which is bro 2. One more is here, bro 3. Now bro 1, it has a space to remember where is the next bro, which is here. So this bro is at 100, this bro is at 200, this bro is at 300. Okay. Then here again there is a space. This guy know where is the next bro. Then here there is a space. Since there are only 3 people, this will point to nothing, which means it will point to null. So in RAM, when you allocate memory for linked list, this is how it is. It is as good as how people book movie tickets in the theater, or how IRCTC will allocate berths to you. In that full heap memory, it will allocate like this. Why? See, while your code is running, the other code is also running. You will be running Spotify, you will be running Word, Excel, you will be running other things. They all are using dynamic memory allocation. So they all may be asking for memory and OS is allocating them. OS is like one reservation system and all the processor are like people who are asking, मुझे 5 MB दे दो, मुझे 10 MB दे दो, give me 20 MB, give me 30 MB, give me 1 MB. They are all asking and memory manager is doing this kind of allocation. The difference between this and array is, in case of array, it is one contiguous place. In case of array, it is one fixed contiguous place like this. They are just immediately next to each other. This is array and this is linked list. Clear? Crystal clear? So now let's go to the next part. So once you have a struct called struct bro int data, then you will say struct bro star next, and here, yeah, you can close it this way. Now how to declare a pointer? You will declare a pointer like this. You will say struct bro star head. What is the first node in linked list call as head? Okay, so you just did that, and for this 8 bytes got allocated, right? So whatever is that size of the memory. Now how do you do dynamic memory allocation? You will say again struct bro star, then you will say b1 is equal to, then you do malloc, and in malloc you do something here at the beginning. Why? For malloc you put before malloc you write something here on the left. Why? Question to everyone. This is an important interview question in malloc. Why you write something before malloc? What is it called? Why you have to do typecasting? Super. The answer is malloc returns what? It returns void pointer. That is why you have to tell that this is of type bro, right? So that is why you have to typecast. Then you mention here how many bytes you need. That's it. Once you have that, then how to store the value? You can say b1. If it is the pointer you have declared here, if you have declared a pointer here, then you have to use b1 dot data. You have to use arrow if you have used the pointer. This is one way to allocate the memory. What is the other way to allocate the memory? Other way to allocate is this. Struct bro. I will not use star. And then I will declare the variable as just s1. Now tell me whether this memory it will go in stack or it will go in heap. I declare a variable of type struct bro. Will it go in stack or will it go in heap? Very good. I am super impressed. None of you said heap. Good job. So this will go in stack because this is a local variable in that function. So how to reference that one? You will say s1 not arrow, you will not use arrow, you will say S1 dot data. So lot of the students in the interview, they get confused when to use arrow versus when to use dot. Simple technique. Pointer है तो point करना है, नहीं तो नहीं करना है. If it is a pointer, you use the arrow. If it is not a pointer, you use dot. You will never get confused. If it is an address, like this, then you always have to use arrow. If it is a variable, then you use dot. Clear? So what happens generally is when you create a pointer called head, and then head is generally pointing to null. And what is null? What is null? जिसका कोई अता पता नहीं है वो ही null है. Somebody who is not having an address, not any address, is null. So what is the generally value of null is nothing but 0. Okay, but you can point a pointer to null saying that it's not pointing to anywhere. So initially when you create a list, it will be pointing to null. Then you will create one node, right? You will create one node as a bro node. Now in this bro node you have a data as say 1, and then initially when you create, this will be a pointer called next, and next they will set it to null. So how to do this? Step number 1. What is the step number 1? You declared that bro struct. Second is you created the head pointer and you pointed it to null. Then third thing, you create a node using DMA. You use DMA and create a node. What is the fourth step? You assign values. So you assign values. How will you assign values? You will say B1 arrow mark data is equal to 1, and then you will say B1 arrow mark next is equal to null. Okay, node is ready. Then last step you will say head will point to B1. So now you will say this head which is pointing to null, now it will point to this. How to do that? Very simple. You have to say head is equal to single equal to S1, because S1 is a variable. In S1 variable, what address it is having? Address to the node 1 that you created using DMA. So S1, when you did DMA, here, this address, right, 100, 200, 300. So when you do DMA and allocate memory to that struct variable, then these addresses are there. So that variable is storing that address. So since it is storing that address, you can write it like this. Sorry. Okay, here head is equal to S1. Now how to create the second node? Okay, I'll pause here. Let's see. Any doubt or confusion so far, or everything is bouncing off the head? Bouncing? Okay. What part is tough to understand? Can you ask the questions? What part is tough? What you are getting confused? Are you able to understand how it is happening in the RAM? Okay, what is the difference between regular int variable and a struct? In case of int, it is a single primitive data type, single data. In case of struct, you can bundle the data. You can combine like age, date of birth, CGPA. You can combine multiple data. Okay, in case of struct. Second thing, regular integer variable, generally you will only allocate in stack memory. In case of struct, you can also allocate it in heap. This is the second clarification or understanding you need to have. Then since you can allocate it in heap, You can also create a struct to remember next person's address or next node address. Like I said, right? Ashish remembering Anish's address, Anish remembering Akash's address, Akash remembering someone else's address. So you link these nodes one to the next one, correct? And why is it required? Why is it required? Because in array, you had array of indexes of the array, right? So with that index or indices, the plural form of index is indices. So indices, with those indices, you could jump to any array directly. Let's say you want to go to the third element in the array. How will you go to the third element? A of 3, A of 2, correct. Why? Index starts at 0. In linked list, how will I go to the third element? Can I just say bro list of 3 and jump there? Or 2, bro list of 2? No. So where I have to do? I have to go to the first node, then from there go to the second node, and from there go to the third node. Is this much clear? So in linked list, what will happen? This is a creation of one node. Now when I create the second node, right? When I create a second node, now second node, let's say B2. Now B1 is pointing where? B1 is pointing to null. And I created this node and this will be pointing to null. Okay. Then what I have to do? I have to write a line of code. See, this is there lying somewhere in the RAM. So in the RAM, there's one node is here. The other node is here. So you have to write the code to link this next to this. And how to write that code? You can say currently head, or let's say B1 is there, right? So B1.next is equal to B2. That's it. Or since head is now pointing to B1, I can also say head not dot, sorry. So in this case, B1 was a pointer, right? So arrow mark. See, again, I made a mistake. B1 head arrow mark next is equal to B2. So by doing like this, what will happen is eventually you will end up creating something like this, which is like a train. This is at address 100, this is at address 200, this is at address 300, let's say this is at address 400, just for simplicity. In real life it won't be like this. So what is the next here? What is the next pointing to? What is this? Null. So what will be the 4 next will have? So this is data and this is next. Okay. So what will 4 have here? What will this element have in the next? What will this next be? Null, 100%? Log kiya jaye? Okay. Very good. Null. What will this have? Okay. Now I want to add one node in between 2 and 3. I want to add a new node between 2 and 3. Between 2 and 3, I want to add a new node called 10. So how to do that? I do a DMA and allocate memory. Let's call this as new node. And value is 10 and pointer is null. Okay. Now this one I need to add between 2 and 3. So how to do that? You want to try? I mean, just explain it. You can come here and explain, or I'll come and give you the mic. How to add the 10 between 2 and 3?
The address of the DSA allocated.
Ah.
So that should point to that address of the allocated
Correct. Very good.
The null value should be the null value of that node should be allocated to.
Super, super. So, Ashish or Anish? Abhishek, sorry. Abhishek is saying from 2, wherever this is pointing here, right? He's saying, sir, from here, you point to new node. This is step number 1. And this new node next, the new node next here, which is pointing to null, sir, you change this and you connect this here. This is 2. Step 1, step 2. Step 0. What is step 0? Step 0 is creation of this new node. You do new node and then you create new node and you assign that value, 10. That is a step 0, let's say. Or let's rename it. Let's call it step 1 so that we avoid confusions. Let's call it new node, and allocating that value is DMA, right? So DMA step and assignment is the first step. Then doing this connection is second step and doing this connection is third step. How many of you think this answer is correct? Please raise your hands. Okay. How many of you think there is a problem and you please explain the problem? How many of you don't want to say anything? Please raise your hands. What happened, bros? Today you are silent after the break.
We have to remove the connection between 2 and 3.
You have to remove?
Remove the connection between 2. We have to first remove the connection between the 2 and 3.
So you are saying
This, that,
इसको कट करना है.
yes sir.
उसके बाद
उसके बाद जो second step और third step है वो करना है.
So when you are overwriting it, no? When you are overwriting the value, it is doing it together. Cutting and jointing together. I like your thinking, but when you overwrite it, it removed and it plugged in one shot. Yes? Sorry? No, don't feel shy. Yeah.
So we should traverse till 2 first, and then create a temp called the new one which we want to insert, and then do the insertion and continue.
Very good. Very good. In fact, you told a point that I missed. Even I was not thinking to traverse. I assumed that I am there at 2. Super. So we were missing not 2 things. One thing, we were missing 2 things. 2 things were wrong. I didn't explain that we need to traverse. Very good. What's your name?
Tejas.
Very good, Tejas. So still there is one problem. Traversing I didn't mention. Traversing is step 1. Creating of the new node is step 2. Those 2 arrows. What's the problem? Looks very obvious, right? Because we are thinking linked list like the trains. We are thinking that they are trains where how those in the trains we join bogies. We are thinking like that. We are not thinking in terms of RAM and memory and data. That's the problem. I'll ask you a question and suddenly I will see a lot of mouths. They'll get opened. In the interview, 60-70% of the students or candidates make this mistake. Because our brain is wired to think linked list like a train bogies. And we try to think like train bogies. Okay? Please listen, what is the mistake? In this case, who knows the address of node 3? किसके पास address है node 3 का? 2. And where is it stored? In the next of 2. And if you overwrite with new node, you lost the address. What happened is, what literally you did is, only this person knows the address. So you removed this and you updated that with address of, let's say new node address is 700. So you removed this address and you put 700 here. Now, does new node know the address of 3? It does not know. It's a new bro who joined your class. He don't know what is the address of 3. The only person in the class who knew the address was this bro 2. And you asked him to forget the address of that node. So how to fix it? Exactly. Our brain is designed to think left to right, but please, for God's sake, in linked list, you think right to left. If you just remember this, very high chance you will make less mistakes. So what will happen then? So what will happen? You created a new node at address 700. 3. Who knows 3's address? Who knows 3's address? 2. So you will ask, this new node will ask to the bro 2 saying, boss, you tell who is next to you. So this new node will say, you will have to write the code like this: new node arrow mark next is equal to bro, let's say current bro. We take a variable. Tejasvi told me that, sir, you forgot to traverse till 2, which is correct. So you start traversing from here, don't update the head. Let's call it as CB. What is CB? What is CB? Current bro, yes. CB is current bro. You start here at this, and then from here you came to 2, and now here you will say new node is equal to CB next. So what link got established? What link got established now? This new node is now pointing to 3. So this became your step number 2, and then you go ahead and happily update this to 3. If you understand this, you will master linked list. The same rule applies in singly linked list, doubly linked list, circular list, all type of lists. Take some time to process what just happened. Clear? Understood? Okay, then open your books and write code to create a singly linked list with value 1, 2, 3. And then write one function which will insert a value between 2 and 3 and introduce 5 in between. Get started. Open your books and start writing code to create a singly linked list with node 1, 2, 3. So first you will write main, you will write struct, you will create a head node, then you will create a list. First you will like say create 3, 2, 1, and then you will write a function which will insert in between. So don't write everything like in a main, okay? Write functions, please. Write functions and do it. If you want, you can, like creating a node should be one function. Then inserting that node in the middle could be another function. I'll just show the code that I have written. Is code visible to the last row? Not visible? Still bigger. Is this better? Visible? Last row? Bros in the last row. Can you see the code now? Okay. So, type def, struct node. All of you got till here? This is clear? All of you got till here? Why I use type def? Because I don't want to write again and again struct node in my code. So that's why I'm using type def and converted it to node. This is clear? Now, I don't want to write all the code inside main. So what I have done, I have declared everything as a function. All CRUD and yes, what is CRUD, CRUD and yes, all CRUD operations along with along with search. They all are separate functions. You can see here. Insert at start, print list, search key, insert at end, insert at position, delete at start, delete at end, delete at position, delete first occurrence. All these are functions. Then this is my main. Okay. So what is the first thing you have to do? You have to declare a variable called head. And where the memory for head pointer will be allocated? In heap or stack? If you say heap, okay, let's decide. Let's do voting. This line number 318, memory allocation in heap, please raise your hands. Memory allocation in stack, please raise your hands. People who think it is both, please raise both hands. Line number 318. Heap, okay. See, I am happy that you at least made a decision today. How about others? Let's make a decision. Heap. Where is malloc here? Is there a malloc here? There is no malloc. So if there is no malloc, then there is no DMA. If there is no DMA, then there is no heap. This is a variable. Since it's a variable, where it will go? Stack. Clear? Crystal clear? Like water? Let's do voting again. How many people believe that it is a stack? Now at least. Okay. How many think that I am still lying and testing? So don't worry, it is stack because you declared a variable and that variable is of type what? Node. It's a pointer. So how many bytes it will take? About 8 bytes because it's an address. Now, what is the function create node doing here? The create node is taking an integer value as an input and returning back something which is again being stored here. So initially the variable head is pointing to null. Please do not get confused that variable head value is null. Variable head address is not null. Variable head value is pointing to the null, but the address of the head node is still some valid address in memory. Some valid address in memory in RAM. At that address it is saying I don't have any friends. I am alone. It is saying I am not pointing to anybody. I am not related to anybody. Okay. Let's see what is this create new function doing. I will have to reduce the font size, otherwise you cannot see the entire code in one go. 1 second. View full screen. Appearance, editor layout. I don't know where it is. Okay, so unfortunately the people who are at the back have to come to the front row to see the code in one go, because if you see the code in one go, then only you will understand it, otherwise you will not understand it. People who are at the back, you can feel free to come front or come to the middle rows and see the code. So what we did here, it is returning a pointer and it's taking data as an input. When you do like this, it is allocated in stack. I wrote that line just to the line number 42, 43, 44, 45. These are just to demonstrate to you that if you do like this, the memory allocation is happening in stack, and once I go back from this function, this won't be there. It will be lost. Okay. But if I have to do it in heap, then I have to say new node is equal to node star malloc and size of node, and then pointer. Since it's a pointer, use arrow mark and store the data. Now, if new node is equal to null, fail to allocate memory, what is line number 52? This is what we look for in the interview. Or even in production, a lot of crashes happen because people don't do this. when you go to IRCT to book a ticket, is your berth guaranteed every time? No, right? So when you go to Melloc for asking memory, is it guaranteed that you get memory every time? No, that is what it is. So when you call Melloc, if it cannot find the memory for you, then what it will do? It will return null. Now in this code there is a mistake at line number 49. What is it? There is a mistake in line number 49. What is it? See, dot and arrow, don't get confused, because this is a variable of type pointer. Since it is a pointer, it has to use arrow. Don't get confused. Line number 49 will crash sometime. There is a problem in line number 49. After malloc, the berth is not guaranteed, right? The memory allocation is not guaranteed. So this can be null, and whatever I am doing at line number 52 should ideally be done at line number 49. That's the mistake. You cannot assign the values and then do null check, no? Let's say you didn't get the berth. Can you go and sit on anyone else's berth? They'll kick you out, right? This is that. Understood? What is the mistake there? Then, once you know that it is proper, then you copy the values, and what you return. When you say return new node, what are you returning? Just the address. You are not returning the entire memory. You are only returning where in RAM this new node got created. Now where it will come back? It will come back to main here, and it will overwrite the value of head. So now your head is pointing to new node. Now I need to insert at the start. So I am inserting now another node. Now this is where you will learn about double pointers. Did you learn double pointers? Sorry, single pointer only is bouncing off our head. Now you want us to confuse us more with double pointer. Unfortunately, people who can write double pointer code can get into companies like Cisco and Qualcomm easily. Cisco, Qualcomm, Samsung. Any telecom, any semiconductor company, and NVIDIA. All these companies, if you can write double pointer code, they will hire you. There is a company in Germany called NGX System. The founder met me 2 months ago in Bangalore. He said, among your students, Mahesh, if there is any student who can write code in single and double pointers, simple linked list code with double pointers, please refer to me. I'll hire them, and in 1 year I'll take them to Germany. The offer is open. Once you master double pointer, you know where to send the email. But please finish your degree. Okay, don't drop out from college. Finish your degree and send mail to me. He is into embedded systems and he needs people who can write code in double pointers. Okay. Now what is a double pointer? Double pointer is very simple. Initially I said Ayush, sorry. Initially I said Ayush remembers the address of Ashish. Now Ayush is saying, sir, no. I will remember the address of, what's your name? Gautam. Sir, I know only Gautam's address. You need to ask Gautam where is Ashish. Address of an address is a double pointer. Now you can say, sir, one address is only enough. Why you want two? Huh? Correct? Why you want two? Any guess why? See, the problem is Ayush is only remembering Gautam's address, but I want Ayush to change his memory. Change his memory to remember, what's your name? Jyoti's address, right? I want him to change his memory to remember his address. So the function to which I will send the address, I have to send address of an address so that we can go and change his memory. Have you watched this movie called Inception? Yes. Where they play with memory of the person. So double pointer is that. You are changing the memory of the pointer, and why we need it is very simple. Why we need it is very simple. I'll quickly just use the board and show it to you. Oops, sorry. But yeah, I can probably write it here. So generally, we created one node with value 1 and now this is pointing to null, right? And you have a head. The head is pointing to this, okay? Head is pointing to this. Now, this is our current state, and what is the desired state we want to go? Desired state is we want to have head, and we want that head to point to 2, and we want this 2 to point to 1, right? And null. This is what we want to do. So we want to update what the head remembers. Like in our case, what Ayush is remembering, we want to change his memory. So we want to change head's memory. Where? Inside a function. So what I am doing is I am sending address of head to that function so that it can go and tweak the memory of head. So when we create this new node, 2, let's say this was at address 100, right? Now this new node is at address 200, so it will have the next is pointing to 100, next is pointing to 100 here, and this next is pointing to null, right? So now I need to update head. Instead of pointing to 1, it should point to this new node, and this new node should point to 1, correct? So like right to left thinking, like Hebrew, you know Hebrew language, right? Hebrew or Urdu, they do right to left. So you do apply Hebrew language here. So you do first this one. The new node will point to the current head, which is 1, and then you do reverse. The new node address, you have to update the head to point to the new node. And this is where address of an address comes, which is double pointer. So how to pass address of an address? Whatever that variable you put an AND symbol when you pass. So instead of sending the address, it will send reference to that address. So in RAM it is like this, very simple. Initially you have an address here, let's say it's at 100, and this address is remembering where your node is, correct? Okay, so this is the variable head. Now you are not sending that variable head, you are sending the address of that variable, which is 100. So that you can update it and say, boss, don't point to this bro, you point to this new bro which is coming here, so you update this value. That's the trick. That's when the double pointers are used. Okay, so how does the code look? Code looks like this. Can you see that? Can you see that I passed AND of head? Head is of type what? Node star, right? So please note here I passed AND of head, and here comes the double pointer. So how to receive the double pointer? To receive the double pointer, you have to put 2 stars instead of 1. Clear? And what happens? Creation of node, anyway you created the node, then you check head is equal to null. If head is equal to null, you directly make the new node as the head. But one observation is line number 74. Line number 74 where I cannot just say head is equal to new node like I did earlier. I have to say star of head. That is how I update the address. Okay? And when you can understand this kind of code with double pointers, trust me, you will have a job in some good embedded systems or networking company or a telecom company. What is the case 1 and case 2, by the way? What is, I have written the comment, of course. What is the case 1 and what is case 2? Is this code readable and understandable? See, a lot of you, I see that you write code like with I, J, K, L, M, all alphabets. When you write code like that, it becomes very difficult to read. Writing code where it looks like, see, look at this, everything, right? Like how the spacing is there, how the comment is there, how there are blocks here. Look at the variable names. So writing code like this helps you in the interview and helps in the company also. This IJKLM code is not allowed in the companies. If you write code like that, they will not allow you to submit the code. So please start practicing writing code like this. And all of this code is available on our GitHub repo. Algorithms 365 GitHub repo, all of this code is available. You can go and reference it. Okay. So what is the case 1? Case 1 is when the list is empty, and case 2 is when there is a node. So when there is a node, whatever new node you created, that next you set it to head and you update the head. Now this line looks very, very cryptic. This line looks very cryptic, right? So what literally you did, you initially had a head. You had a head that was pointing to 1. Okay. And what was the address here? Let's say it was 100. In case 2, you have to add an element 2. You have to add a new element 2 in this list. And that new element is 2, and it's at address 200 and is pointing to null. So what you need to do? What is the first step? What is the first step? This new node, whatever is this new node, you want to point it to 1. And who knows the address of 1? Head knows the address of 1. Correct? So you say new node next is equal to star of head. Why star of head? Because it's a double pointer. Just head was you passed the address of the variable, right? So to read the value at this address, you have to always use star. So you will say new node next is equal to head. So it will establish this line, and this is step number 1. And then you will update the head. The head is pointing to this. Instead of that, boss, you forget 1, now you point to 2. So 2 is the new head. So that is line number 79 and line number 80. Okay, so now I will show you something very interesting which we call as debugging. Okay, a lot of you, I see that you are having still confused look on your face. So I will show debugging, and that will really help you. How many of you know debugging? Using an IDE, you can debug your code. Only 1, 2, 3. Guys, question is, how many of you know debugging in VS Code or code blocks or whatever the tool you are using? 1, 2, 3 people? Okay. So please, can you all make me one promise? Because I'm spending 10 hours with all of you, right? Almost for free. So can you all make me a promise that by end of day, you will all learn debugging, and you will debug at least one program? Can I have that promise from all of you? Okay. So I will show debugging. Just watch it. It is really fun, and I became good programmer in my life only because of debugging. My programming skill grew to the level of Microsoft because of debugging. And even when I joined Microsoft, I have grown really well because of debugging skills. So it is that essential. I'll show the skill. Please watch. Check. Okay. So this is Visual Studio IDE, and people who are on code blocks also, don't worry. Okay. So VS Code IDE, and you can take the mouse pointer on VS Code and move it to the left like this. Do you see this bindi here? Red color bindi. So you put a bindi. Bros on the last row, did you see the bindi? Yes. Okay. So did you put the bindi there? Then after that, go to release the break. What if I don't want to release the break? I want to only go one line at a time. So this is like releasing the brake just to grow, like the way you drive in Bangalore, no, bumper to bumper traffic. Release the brake, then press the brake. So I'll just do that one now. So I went to next line. Again I'll release the brake and apply the brake. Now the beautiful thing here is, whatever the memory allocation happen, you can see it here. So I can go to watch and add that here in the memory. What is the value of head now? 0. Why 0? Because null value is how much? What is null?
0.
Null is 0. So we said it is 0. So head is pointing to 0. Now I am getting into this function. How to get into this function? There is a different kind of clutch. So you have to use something called step into. So press step into. Gautam, record this session. I mean in the phone. Step into. What is step into? You press this button which will go like this arrow, you can see, right? Arrow and bindi. So you do this. Now you are into this function which is at line number 44. I will show now something which is very interesting, which is call stack. Can you see call stack literally here? See, you all read theory as a call stack. This is the X-ray of the call stack. What is the first method in call stack? Main. What is the second method in call stack? Create new node. What is the memory that is being allocated in this call stack? In advanced debugger, you can see that also. So it will show how much memory is allocated here. And can you see these local variables are changing when I click on that? When I click on main, it is only showing head. When I click on create node, I am seeing lot more data. See, reading theory is one thing, practically seeing it in computer is the other thing. When you do theory with practical understanding, your brain will not forget it for lifetime. To become great engineers, you always have to club the theory and practical and learn it together. See, we all learned stack memory, stack, heap memory, local variables, global variables. You learned all of that. But when you see that with your visually, when you see it on your computer, on your laptop, you will really feel, okay, what is a local variable? What is a stack? So now, what are the local variables? These are all local variables. You can see that in the local variables, local, this memory it is showing. And here is the address. It is also showing you the address. And if you click on this, it will also show you the RAM. This is how, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, this is how your RAM looks. Boys and girls or bros, this is how your RAM looks. And these are what? Addresses. See, next, remove the brake, remove the accelerator. Now this all went into stack. Now we are going into heap. This new node that we are declaring, now you can see this variable that new node created, no? The variable new node is shown as local, but the address where the memory got allocated is in heap. And what is the data in here? Why data is such a garbage value here? Please remember, this is one of the famous interview question. What is the difference between Kellogg versus Malloc? Looks like you all have scored really well in your first year. Good answer. Perfect. So, Malloc has garbage, Kellogg initialize it to 0. Reading that theory is one thing, debugging and seeing it visually with your eyes is the other thing. Now, will you ever forget this now as a concept? So, this is the garbage. So, what do you do? Now, please watch here, okay? You watch here, I will remove the brake of the car. I will just release the clutch a bit and again apply the brake. You observe here how it will change. Got updated? Want to see in binary? Any binary language expert here who want to read binary and explain this to us? Okay. Next. I said this is wrong, I should have not done this check. Let's ignore this check. Now, let's see what is happening with, see currently when I go to main, right, where is head, sorry. One sec, the window got closed. Okay, view, Windows, debug console. Okay. One sec. Okay, looks like the program got terminated. One sec, that's why. So I'll set a breakpoint here. Okay, again let's start debugging. Then release the clutch. So now I will demonstrate the other one. So I set two bindis now. Okay, one here and one inside the function. I'll release the clutch. It will go and stop directly here inside create node. And I have set one more here at line 58. So again I'll release the clutch. It will come here. So now this new node, data is equal to data, and then new node next is null. Now I am returning this address of new node, returning that address back to the function, and now you can see in the call stack. You can see in the call stack I am at main, right? This line number. So whatever the address that this node will return will be assigned to head. Okay. So this is like you all play throw ball, right? So I call this method, it did some work for me, and now it is throwing that data back to me. Which method? The create new node is throwing that data back to me. Now it has thrown that data back, and you can see that right now head is 0, but the moment I go to next line, the head will get updated. All of you pay attention and look at this point, this data here. What is this? Address of the first node. And in that address you will see the data, and next is pointing to null. So bros, this is your first node created where head is pointing to the first node and you have data, and next is pointing to next. Now you can say, sir, why is it still showing next like this? It is the bug in VS Code. Once it is null, they should have stopped showing this, but they are still showing it. It's a defect in VS Code. Okay. Now double pointer. What we have to do? We have to do step over or step into? Step into, right? Step into. Now this variable in the watch, when you add head, now double pointer, you will get it immense clarity now. So why head address is different and star head is different? What is the deal? What is the difference between head and star head? Please take a look. Why head value is different and star head is different? Okay, I'll reveal the answer. Please watch. I'll reveal the answer. You got the answer? Understood? Now understood? Should I increase the font? Check. Head is some hexadecimal value ending with, let's say, E48, and this one star of head is 3F0, and that is pointing to the node. What is a double pointer? Address of an address. It's a double pointer. See, it is like I come and ask him, where is your buddy? He'll say he is here. That's a single pointer. He will ask him, where is your buddy? He will say, sir, I don't know, you ask him. Then I go and ask him, where is your buddy? He will tell. So that's what it is. So then you will create a node here now. Again, we'll go through all this line quickly. New node is created. Now the throw ball match. You get back the new node. Once you get back the new node, now what is the case 1? We are checking whether that head node is null. When head node will be null? When the list is empty. Is the list empty right now? Answer is no, because already we created a node. So where it will go? See, if else statement, you all learnt if else in first year. When you visually see how code handles if else is where you will really feel connected to the code. Now from line number 72, where the control will grow, from here where it will grow? Sorry, not grow. Where it will go? Which line it will go? From line number 72, when I release the clutch, where will my car go? Which line? Tell me in terms of line number. 79. Let's see. Very good. You understand if else. Why it went to 79? Because head is not null. Because head is not null, we went here and then we assign the values and we are back now. Now if you see head, right? Now if you see head, automatically what happened is head got updated. I'll go to main, I'll set one breakpoint here to the print list and release the clutch. I'll again release the clutch. I'll again release the clutch. Okay. So what we did, we created a node, then we inserted at the head. Now, do you want to see how does your linked list look in memory now? Let's start. What is the first node? Can you tell me what is the first node now? What is our first node? Mystery. One. One is pointing to whom? One is pointing to which node? Why 1 became our first node? We created the node 4, then we insert at the start 3, then we insert at start 2, insert at start 1. We are not adding it at the end, we are adding the new nodes at the beginning. Is that correct? So that is why the first node became 1. Then 1 will point to whom then? 1 will point to which bro? 2. So 1 points to 2, 2 points to 3, 3 points to 4, 3 points to 4, 4 points to null. That's it. Your linked list is ready. Should we check if it is working fine? Let's go into the function and check. So now how to navigate or traverse a linked list? Very simple. What should we do first so that our car doesn't crash? We have to check whether head is null. If head is null and if we access the head, what will happen? Your code will crash. Anytime you try to read value from null, your program will crash. And why your program should not crash? Have you seen a program crash on your phone? What is a crash? What is a software crash? Recently, you remember there was an issue where our airlines got cancelled and what is it called? Blue screen of death of Windows. You remember that issue? It came in the all global media and news. Do you know what was the reason? It is a software crash. So what was crashing? Windows kernel was crashing. Windows kernel code, which is written in generally C language or assembly language, was crashing. Why was it crashing? Blue screen of death. How many of you use Windows PCs here? Has your ever PC become blue screen and automatically restarted? Okay. So Has it ever happened you open some PPT or VS Code or some app and that also crashes? What is the difference between software crash and a blue screen of death? What is the difference between both? When your operating system crashes, it's called kernel crash and that is blue screen of death. When your software crashes, it's an application crash. Let's say you're using some app on your phone and suddenly the app disappears from your phone. Like not from the memory, it goes away, it gets closed, you have to relaunch it again. That's the application crash, okay? If the code that you have written is running in the kernel or it runs in kernel mode. What is the kernel mode? The antivirus softwares are running in kernel mode. Why? What is the role of an antivirus software in operating system? It's a policing job, right? And can policing be done without surveillance? No. So to do surveillance, does antivirus software need absolute power on operating system? Correct? As powerful as operating system. So antivirus software has absolute power. It is as good as your kernel's power. And that company, I don't want to name the company, that company released some software or data update which had a bug and that had a crash. Probably somebody missed a null check like we missed other time and software crashed. Since it was running in kernel mode, the operating system crashed. Now, why it took time for the world to recover from that crash? Why it took 12 hours to recover? Anybody interested to go into cyber security and hacking, ethical hacking? Anybody interested in ethical hacking and cyber security here? So the crashes are gateway to hacking. Any hacking that's been done in the world, crashes have been the doors or the entry point. So why it took 12 hours is, the moment your PC wakes up, what is the first thing it will load into the memory? Operating system. Within operating system, what it will load first in the memory? Kernel. And kernel likes what? Antivirus software, because it's a cop, it's a police. So it tried to load that software and when it loaded, it crashed. Then again rebooted. Again the PC got rebooted. Then again it tried to load and again it crashed. So all over the airports all over the world, many companies all over the world had a blue screen on that day because of this. And how they solved it? They have to launch the operating system in safe mode. And in safe mode, it will not load any other programs including antivirus. It only loaded operating system. Once they loaded that, then they went and deleted the file that was having a problem. It was a data file, so they could delete it. And once they deleted that file, operating system came back to life. So that's why it took so long to recover from that crash. See, all these are learning opportunities. When you hear and when you see such thing, please go into the depth of it and try to learn. Now let's proceed with printing the list. This is one of the easiest code. If you get this in the interview, I think I'm 100% sure they will not ask you this question. It is very simple. So how to iterate through the nodes? You take one node variable called current node, point to head, and you check if it is not equal to null, and then view output. Okay. Break, yes, done. Almost done. This while loop end is the end of this session. Okay. So can you see that how this while loop is running now? And how we are going after one node at a time and printing it. Did you get the question? How this is your software. So how will you give this software to your customer? Is question clear? So you learned programming, you are now learning data structures. Let's say you wrote the code. How will you give it to your customer? Will you tell the customer that open VS Code and open my file and then run it? No, right? You are using so many mobile apps. Did any of the mobile apps developer ask you to open VS Code to use the app? No. So the process of compiling your code and bundling your code is called build. It's called build system or build. So that build creates the binary version of your code. Which means how to run this code from your command line? Have you ever run the program through command line before? Without using VS Code? How many of you have ran your program without using VS Code or what is that other ID you are using for C? Without using either code blocks or VS Code, have you run a program? No. Okay. It's very simple. It's very simple. See, when you do run, right, what happens is you can see the command it ran with here. Internally, VS Code runs this command saying what? Windows debugger launch, and where is the file? It will tell all of that. So I'll do run. That was a debug, I'll do run. Okay. Now let's go ahead and see the command. What is the command? The command is like this. Windows debugger launch, and then some file paths, and then finally that file you are compiling. So what does this produce? This produced an exe here. Right. So there is an exe. This is a command line executable file. Okay. And you can see that your Windows recognizes this as an application. How to What is happening? Is it crashing? See here, it just, when I double click, it just comes and goes away. It is so fast that we cannot even see it. It is so fast. So let me now show it in a slow motion. Third umpire. It off. So how to run this? Go to this path. Go to this path. Take this path and then go to command line cmd, change directory to that path, and you do dir here. Sorry, cd, paste that path here, whatever is this path. Now the directory here is changed to that linked list. Now you can see that the linkedlist.c file is compiled into linkedlist.exe. So now I can type that linkedlist.exe and just hit enter. So this is the output of that program. Now I am running the program without VS Code or without code blocks. VS Code and code blocks are just an IDE. What does IDE stand for? Integrated Development Environment. Behind the scene, it is using compilers and interpreters. So it produces this exe, and this exe is just like any other software. This exe, linkedlist.exe, is like any other software. And if I send this file to you, and if you are using Windows machine, you can run it now. Now what is there inside this file? What is there inside that file? Can you guess? What is there inside this file? Can you open and see this file? So let's do it. Let's check. We have to say right click and open with. Edit in Notepad. Okay. Can you see that code that we wrote for singly linked list? Did you see all the constant strings we had hard coded? It has all kept them at one place. Why? See, failed to allocate memory, list is empty. Some of the hard coded strings in the code, it has kept it together. Why?
It's not compiled.
This goes in which segment? It's not comments. This was hard coded in printf. Data segment, code segment, stack segment, and heap segment. So where does it go? Hard coded values. Data. Super. So this has everything what you have to load in data segment, what you have to load in code segment. Will it have what you have to load in stack and heap or no? Will this file Will this file have anything to be loaded in heap or stack? The answer is no. Why? When you are loading the program to RAM, you only know what should go in data or code. Heap and stack is dynamic. It gets created when the code is running. Correct? Okay. So let's begin with one of the, I just wanted to demo you because a lot of students, they finish engineering but they don't know how to code without using VS Code. Right? Because they are not able to connect the dots and understand what is code and what is software and what is process and what is operating system. Once you understand all this four, you will really get a lot of clarity. Okay? So you can, and how did I generate that exe? I just asked Visual Studio to run my code. I said, boss, you run the code, and it ran the code and it told me where that file is, exe file is. And I went and copied that exe file path from there, and then I ran it from the command line. Okay. Now let's get to one of the famous interview question on LinkedList. We'll do 2-3 questions on LinkedList. So note down the question. The question is, given a linked, write a function to find the given singly linked list has a loop. Okay. So if there is a loop, you return true. If there is no loop, then you return false. Okay. Now I will give you a sample input. One, two, three. So for this input, the answer is false. The function should return false. For this input, the answer should be true. And what is the function takes? Function is, it takes boolean, and function name is loop present, and it takes the head pointer. So node star head. This is the function declaration. Function syntax. Okay. Is the question clear? Did you understand the question? What is a loop? Loop means that the last node is not pointing to null. Instead, it points somewhere. It would have pointed at 1 or 2 or 3, anywhere, or maybe itself. You never know. It could have pointed anywhere back, and you have to detect the loop. Take 2 minutes and think about it. 2 to 3 minutes. And please, when you are doing problem solving, please draw that list on your paper and pen. Like, take your paper and pen, draw that list, and then try to think. Your brain works better that way. Even in the interview also, right? You should always use that whiteboard and marker and think through it. Then your brain actually works better. See, it's not like Einstein's brain where suddenly it will pop up with some new invention. Not all of us are Einsteins, right? Or Einstein. So please take paper, pen. Your brain actually works better with paper and pen. So draw that linked list and say, how do I detect the loop? See, how to read the linked list I was showing before the lunch. So some of you might have forgotten it. I will show that code again. Okay. How to read the linked list, like read the entire values of linked list. Let me show that. Okay, this is the code. So print list is the code. Are you able to see this code now? So what are we doing here? We get head, then we check if head is equal to null, then we say list is empty, otherwise we come to this while loop. And in the while loop what we do? Very simple. So we create a new variable called current node and check while current node is not equal to null, print that current node data and current node is equal to current node next. So we do this till we get null. So what is happening in this code is, let's say this was your list. Let's say this is your list with 1 and 2 and 3. So what we did is we created a new variable called current node and that was set to this. I'll say Cn. And then we check if Cn is null. If it is not null, then we came here and we did Cn of next to go to the next node. Before that we print, what did we print? Current node data is what we print, right? Once we print it, we go to the next node. How to go to the next node? Go to the next node is current node is equal to current node next. So that next address get copied to this. And in the while loop we check, have we reached the end, right? So we start here, we print this value 1 and we check, is it null? Is the next pointing to null? Answer is no. So then this becomes the new Cn. Then we check, is your next address null? Then it says no. Then we again print that value and go to the next. Then we check, is your next null? So the next is null, so we terminate the while loop and then we come out of this loop. This is how we traverse a singly linked list. Fair? Very simple code. Very simple code, just 2-3 lines how to traverse in the linked list. Correct? Now, any doubt on this one? Is this clear? Because every previous node only knows the next node address. So you always say current node is equal to current node next to create that address and print that value like this. And then you go till it becomes null. Okay? Now after this, the interview question is how write a function that will check if there is a loop in the linked list. Let's say I wrote that same while loop, right? Current node not equal to null. So if this is the input, what will happen? It will go all the way and then it will stop where? It will stop at null. Is that correct? Correct? But if I do that same while loop here, what will happen? It will go till here and then it is not, since this is not null, it will come back again here and then it will keep going like this. So what is this called? What is this called? Infinite loop. You will enter an infinite loop indirectly. So how to find the answer? To again explain this algorithm, I need 2 volunteers. Who will come forward? No coding questions, nothing. I'll tell you something, you just have to perform those actions. 2 volunteers, quickly. I'll choose otherwise. Please come. Very simple exercise. You and you, both of you, please come. Very simple, very simple. No questions, nothing. Okay? Please, both of you come and stand here. One of you stand here. Okay. Let's say this is our linked list. This entire column or row, whatever you want to call. Right? You both are blindfolded. And you imagine blindfolded, don't close your eyes. I want you to see if there is a loop here in this classroom. I'll say just keep going on the edges. Okay? So go and take a round and come back. Please go. He is our current pointer. He is traversing through the linked list. Correct? And he will go all around the linked list. And he comes back here. Okay? So you are again back at us. So there is a loop. Correct? Now, I ask both of them to go together and see if there is a loop. Same thing. Can you go? One more round. I am doing this so that you will never forget the algorithm in your life. You will be able to code it Even when you are 80-year-old, maybe teach this to your grandchildren. How to find a loop in a linked list. Now, what is the problem with algorithm? What is the problem with this algorithm? When to stop. Okay. Now, what is your good name? Ayush and Harsh. Ayush, every 2 steps that Ayush take, Harsh will take only 1 step. And let's find if there is a loop. Go. You take 2 steps, you say 1, 2, and he will take, you have to go at the 50% speed of him. Okay. If he is taking 2 steps, you take only 1 step. Go. Will they both meet sometime? Let's see. आयुष आप थोड़ा तेज चलिए और आप थोड़ा धीरे चलिए. हाँ. You walk fast. Fast. You walk fast. See, because otherwise we'll have to do this demo for longer. See, for every, let's increase the speed. You take 4 steps and he will take 1 step. Okay, go. Will they meet now? आप चीटिंग मत करो, आप धीरे नहीं आपको जब तक आप मिलेंगे नहीं तब तक आपको चलना है. You go slow, you are going very fast. So once you take 4 steps, you have to take only 1 step. So 2 pointers are going to meet. Please clap for both of them. Understood the algorithm? Very simple. One is called fast pointer. Buddies, thank you, appreciate it. Please. So one is fast pointer, another is slow pointer. And one is fast pointer, another is slow pointer. How the fast pointer will move? Fast pointer will move like this. FP is equal to FP next and then next. How will the slow pointer move? Slow pointer is equal to SP next. And then you will run the while loop till where? Till the while loop will be, you will say while SP is not equal to, slow pointer is not equal to fast pointer. You will run till there. But if by any chance your fast pointer reaches null, then you will exit. Why? Because when there is no loop, what will happen? Your fast pointer will reach null very quickly. When there is no loop, your fast pointer will reach null and you will break out of the while loop. And when there is a loop, after 2-3 rounds, they will meet. They are sure to meet. Clear? Algorithm is clear? You will not forget it? Okay. Second interview question. You have to find middle node of a linked list given singly linked list. You have a linked list. You have to find the middle node. See, you will not be aware how many nodes are there, correct? You will only know that head pointer. You will only know the head pointer. And you have to find what middle node. What is the middle node here? 3. So you have to find the middle node in a singly linked list. Okay? How will you do it? What is a brute force? What is a brute force approach? Count. You go first from here. You count saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What is half of 5? 2.5. So you round it off to whole number, which is 3. So again you go from left, go to 1, 2, 3, and this is the answer. Will they ask this simple question in the interview? No. So what is the catch? The catch is You have to traverse the list only one time. That's the catch. That's the constraint. You have to find middle node by going only one time from here to here. Only one time. Think about it. Take 2 minutes again, paper, pen, and think. And do you know what is the best way to crack the algorithm? Again, imagine that there is somebody walking. Do a similar kind of imagination, you will get the algorithm. Like the way we found the loop, something similar. It is something similar. Think about it. You can discuss among yourself. Yeah, please discuss. You, who has the solution? You have a solution?
2 pointers.
So one of the solution they are saying is you will have 2 pointers. The problem with 2 pointer is you only have address of the head. You don't have the address of the tail. In the question, they are only giving you head address. There is no tail address. Okay? Again, I need 2 volunteers now to explain the algorithm. Who will come? So let's do this row like this. All linked list question from here to there. Think, take 2 minutes. 2 minutes, think about it. Did linked list questions wake you up? It's making you think. You got the algorithm? Okay. You have a doubt?
Can we use another data structure?
No. So the question is, can we use additional memory, additional data structure? The answer is no. You cannot use an additional data structure. You cannot use tail. You only have head. You can only traverse it one time. You can use additional variables. Just variables is fine, but not a full data structure. You have the solution?
One fast pointer will move 2 steps and one slow pointer will move only 1 step.
Please come. Let's test the algorithm. Please come. Please come. So you be the fast pointer, I'll be the slow pointer. Please come.
You can start one.
Yeah.
They are the finance team had a query. Account details you have given. It's a joint account, so it's okay if they just stitch to your name, not a problem.
Check right.
They'll be doing a NEFT trans.
No problem.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
So, your good name? Jeevan. You will be the fast pointer and I will be the slow pointer. Please come. We are at 1.
Sir, I'll move 2 steps to 3.
You go. You go to 3 and wait there. I am at 1.
So you will come to 2, second position.
I came. So are you watching it? Yes. So he moved to 3 and I am at 2.
2.
Okay.
I'll move 2 more steps. I'll move to 5. Then
I'll come to 3. Okay.
Then next time I'll check if it's null. If it's null, you stop it. That's the middle point.
Super. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
Good job. Clear? Any doubts? No doubts? You will never forget the algorithm again? Okay. One more. Are you still processing that solution? It was there in front of you. You already used an algorithm, but still. Very good. What is there? What if there are even number? So what will happen? It will be the lower one. Like say if there are 4, then 2 becomes the middle. See, middle is not exactly middle. I cannot say that cut the linked list. No. So either it has to be 2 or 3. So even when it was 5, we did 2.5 and then we use the ceiling function. Ceiling function will round it off to the next highest number. Okay. But in the code you have to handle it. Clear? Or any other question?
Now if you follow that approach,
Okay.
initially they will be here.
Okay.
Then the fast pointer will be here, slow pointer will be here. But we are telling fast pointer next to next, so it can't go to the next.
So it will come back to the loop. Here. So then what will happen? Their address will match. So we will break only on 2 conditions. Only when fast and slow pointer addresses match. Right? Or one of them reaches the null, which generally is ideally is the fast pointer. Only on these 2 conditions you will break the while loop. So what happened? See, he wasn't walking fast enough and he was walking slow enough, and they were trying to maintain that distance always. Then I had to change the ratio to 4:1. Then they finally met, right? So same thing will happen there. Clear? Slow pointer, fast pointer. The next one is the hard one and being asked hundreds of times in the interviews. Write a function to reverse a singly linked list. So what it should become? It should become 4, 3, 2 and 1. And head is pointing to 4. Now, okay, I'll clarify. There is no slow and fast pointer here. It's a different pattern. How can you reverse elements in an integer array? That is very easy, right? Integer array, let's say you want to reverse the elements. 0, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you can swap 4 with 1 and 1 with 4. You can swap 3 with 2 and 2 with 3. Correct? Integer array, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. What do you say? Easy peasy and lemon squeezy. So that easy, right? Because you know the index and you will transfer. You will copy the values. But here, can you do that? Can you directly copy? And it's not about exchanging the values, by the way. I'm not asking you to exchange this value of 4 with 1 and 1 with 4. The entire nodes have to be rebuilt this way. You cannot do a fresh copy of the list. You cannot do a fresh copy of the list. This Same linked list, the whole linked list should be reorganized into 4, 3, 2, 1. Did you all learn stack as a data structure? So what happens if you add elements to stack and remove them? Let's say I have elements 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll add them to stack. What happens? 1, 2, 3 and 4. And then I will remove them from the stack. 4 will come out first, 3, 2 and 1. Can you solve this using stack? Can you solve this using stack? But you have to not insert the value, you have to insert the node into the stack. That node need to be inserted. So in Java and Python, you can create stack using generic types. So you can create a stack of type node. It can insert the objects of that type. Please remember this word called generics. So Java, C++, C#, all of them support it. So you can use a stack of type generics where you can insert the node and remove the nodes and then join them, okay? But here in this interview question, you cannot use even the stack. So you have to solve it without using the stack. Take 1 more minute and I'll explain the answer. Linked list questions. So this one is little hard. It takes little bit practice and you may not understand the solution also fully the first time. So when you go home, you try to write this code and practice it. So I need 4 volunteers now. Please, you 3 come. And 1 more person from the second row. This yeah, please come. So, please, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. All 4 of you stand here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Face the audience. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And let's say I am the head, and I know your name, please. Ankit. Harsh. Ojasvi. Abhijit. Thanks to all 4 of you. Thanks for coming up. So I am pointing to Ankit, right? I only know your address. Okay. So what we need to do is, we need to start reversing this order. So like I am pointing to you, you are pointing to him like this. And when we are done with this whole code or algorithm, I should be pointing to him, right? And he should be pointing to him. Now the only problem is, only you know his address. If I cut this link, what will happen? Then we'll lose the whole data, right? So initially you declare another variable and you are now, we separate out the list into 2 lists. We break the list into 2 parts. So now you 3 move that side and we 2 are this side. But we keep reference to your good name? Harsh, right? So I'll just write your name. So Harsh is here. So this is Harsh and your Ankit.
Yes.
And then 3 is OJ AS. Okay. Abhijit. Abhi is okay? Okay. So what we do? We cut the list into two. How we do? So we cut this into two. Now I have another variable here. You can call it as temp. Okay? Now, currently Ankit is pointing to Harsh, but what should happen? Harsh should point to Ankit. Correct? So, when we cut this into two parts, and Ankit should point to what? Ankit should point to null. Currently, you are pointing to Harsh, but it should point to null. But you know the address of Harsh, right? So what we need to do? What we need to do? Check. Check. That address 200. Check. That mostly battery hoitu ansute. Sir inform. Check. 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 Am I audible till the end? The battery is gone. Am I audible till the end? Yes, sir. Okay. So you're getting the idea? We are breaking it step by step and reversing the arrangement. Okay? You need to visualize it. So first, the problem with breaking is that only Ankit knows Harsh's address. And before we change this to null, this address need to be copied to another temp variable. So that we did. So now temp is pointing to Harsh and Ankit is pointing to null, and we have another variable saying last node here, which is pointing to Ankit. Okay? Now we are here, and now again we want to cut it. So now when we cut it, this temp, which is pointing to 2, will now point to last node. So now this temp, which is 2, this temp, but before I do that, I need to make sure I have the copy of OJS. I cannot overwrite this directly. This address I need to copy to another variable, let's say temp2 for time being. So this temp is moved to OJS now. Temp is moved here, and this temp2 has this address, right? So this I change it to the last node. And who becomes the last node? This becomes the last node now. I moved last node here. So I change this to point to this, which is 100. Now this part is ready. Now temp is here. Again we cut it. Again I make the copy of this 300 into another variable, that same temp2 variable, and this temp, whatever is here, this address is copied here, and this node now is pointing to this last node, which is this. Okay? And now I am here. Now again same thing.
It will also copy.
It will also copy Abhi2 back to this. Clear? Very difficult to understand it in one go, but the idea is to slice it and then keep changing the link. Use more variables, don't get confused. See, if you use more variables, it is not a problem. If you do more loops is the problem. 1 or 2 extra variables in your code is absolutely fine. So you need multiple variables. You need temp, you need temp2, you need last node. You need 3 variables to manage it, and then keep updating the value till where? Till this whatever node you are going ahead, right? That is till null. Once you hit the null, head is sitting idle, right? The head you are not using at all. So you will update the head to point to the last node.
Sir, फिर इसका value क्या होगा?
इसका value either it will point to OJS, no?
हाँ 300 इसका हो जाएगा.
हाँ तो उल्टा हो जाएगा. So let's say this one, this from 0 it will become 300. Then this 300 will be overwritten as 200. Then this 200 is overwritten as 100. Then this 100 is overwritten as 0. Clear? Understood? Thank you. Give them a big round of applause. Thanks for coming. हाँ? 0 is null. हाँ 0 is null. Correct. Yes. 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 And this is so famous question that for decades this question get asked in the interview. For multiple decades. Is it harder than the first two? Even after I am explaining the solution, it's taking time to sink in, right, in your head, correct? So it takes time and practice to able to understand and write this code. What is the brute force way? Brute force way is that only you can create a brand new list is a brute force. Push it to stack and then pop it from stack and assemble it. That's the other brute force way. This is the most optimized way. And what is the time complexity? O of n. Super. The next one is last two more linked list. Next one is simple. Write a function, note down the question, write a function to find kth node from the end in a singly linked list. Kth node from the end. So, if the k is equal to 3, what will be the answer? 4. Kth node from the end. Please take 2 minutes, think about it. Take paper and pen. And k will be passed as a function parameter. K will be passed as an input to the function. So head node and k both will be passed. Okay, let's solve it. Anybody got the solution? Algorithm? That's a brute force, yes. Good solution. Can we optimize it further? So I need 2 volunteers again. Second row. 2 of you. Please. Volunteers. So we have to find kth row from the end. So you are standing it here. Okay, together. Let's say value of k is 3. You are together. Okay. So one of you is called a head pointer. So what's your good name, please? Vaishnavi. Whatever is the value of k. Here in this case k is 3. So Vaishnavi, please take 3 steps. Go to the third row. Okay, stop here. Stop here. That is third one, right? No, 1, 2, 3. This is third one. Yeah, let's say that is 1. Yeah. Okay, that's 1. So you're at third. Your good name, please? Kirti. So Vaishnavi is ahead and Kirti is at the first row. Now both of you will go 1 row at a time. You take 1 row, she will also follow you. So 1 row at a time. Please maintain the correct speed and you go till the end. Okay, start. First row. Follow her. 1. Next one. Follow. Next one. Follow. Next one. Follow. Next one. Till the end. Only one of you. The person. No, you don't follow her. Wait. You remain. So when Vaishnavi reached the last, where is Kirti? Third last. When Vaishnavi reached the end, where is Kirti? Kirti is at the third row from the last. Sorry, what is her name? Kirti. Kirti, right? Kirti, walk little fast. You need to be here. So when she reached the last row, you will be obviously at the third row. Because you took the steps together at same speed. Thank you. Thanks for volunteering. Please come and take your seat. So please thank Kirti and Vaishnavi. Big round of applause to both of them. Did you all understand the algorithm? Any doubt? You didn't understand? Understood? Very clear? You will not forget it? So, Vaishnavi was here and Kirti was here, correct? They took one step together and finally when Vaishnavi is here, Kirti will be here. That's it. Okay, so this is the last question on singly linked list and one of the hardest one. This is check. Okay. Clear? This question is clear? Can we move to the next one? Okay. Are you liking data structures? Yes. Are you liking linked list? So did I convert? Check. Did are you feeling? Did I change your perception about data structures? Are you liking this kind of problem solving? Okay. And every algorithm that we are discussing, every problem we are discussing has multiple solutions. And I want you to learn multiple solutions. Because in the interview, it is important to explain multiple solutions and explain the trade-offs and time complexity differences between them. That's what makes you a great engineer. Okay. So let's move on to the next problem. Write a function, note down the question, write a function. Write a function to delete a node in a singly linked list. Delete a node in singly linked list and you are given the address of the node that need to be deleted. You are not given the head node. You are given address of the node that needs to be deleted and not address of the head. So what I mean is you are not given head here. Okay. Let's say this is at address 100, this is at 200, this is at 300, this is at 400 and this is 0, right? So this is 0, this is 400, this is 300, this is 200. So to the function they will say the node to be deleted is this, that delete the node and that address is 300. Who is irritating whom so much that he has to use this language? Yarappa avanu? Yakappa avanu tondre kodta idea? Okay. See, class is very silent. You hinde kunti enen baita idire ella kelta ide nanu. So all the people they used beautiful vocabulary of Kannada. Okay. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದರಲ್ಲೂ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಡಿಯೋದಲ್ಲೂ ವೈರಲ್ ಆಗಿಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬಲ್ಲಿ. Okay, let's get back to the question, please. So you have address of the third node, which is 300. Okay. So you only have this address, and you are writing a function to delete that node. See, generally how you do delete node in linked list, right? So generally I'll show a general code would be, let's say I want to delete 300, right? So I'll take one temporary variable and start from head and go here. Go till here, and then this 300 knows the address of 400. So what I'll do, I'll ask 300, boss, who is your next node? And I will copy this to another variable called delete it. Okay. Then I'll ask delete it, boss, who is your next node? It will say my next node is at address 400. So I will update this 300 to 400. How? I will point this temp next, temp dot next, or say temp arrow mark next, to delete it next. By doing this way, I will make this point to this, and then whatever is this deleted node, I will call that free function. DMA in dynamic memory allocation, you learned free method, right? Free method. So I'll call free and free that memory. So this will go. This is easy. And of course, they will not ask this easy question in the interview. So they want you to delete this, and they will only tell the address of this. And this is testing your computer science fundamentals knowledge. It is less of an algorithmic question and more of CS fundamentals that we learnt in the first half. If you really understand how linked list memory allocation happen in Heap, what are the strength and pros and cons of it, then you can solve this. It's not like the trick question like the algorithms one that we tried. It's purely computer science fundamentals. The regular delete is very easy, right? Regular delete is once you know the address of this, we ask who is your next and we do this connection. That's it. So here, since you only know this address, what is the problem? The problem is that you don't have address to this node. And without having address to this node, how will you change this value here? That's the problem. Take one more minute and think about it, how to do it. And 60 to 70% of the people in the interview, they don't solve this question, especially the freshers. Like say if they had read it previous day on LeetCode and the next day they'll solve it. But if they had read it long ago also, they may not solve it. Okay, so the solution is, there is no way that I can update this address. Computer science fundamentals tells us that you don't have access to this data, you only have access to this. So whatever solution that exists, it exists only in this part. Correct? So all you have to do is, this address I anyway cannot touch. So all you have to do is copy this value 4 here and delete this guy. That's it. What if there was some more nodes here? Then don't worry. Don't worry, then you just copy the values backward and delete the last node. Clear? Understood? Why? Why? Because there is no way on earth you will be able to find address of this. There is no solution to find address of this. So the only way is you have to do something on the right side. Is the solution sinking in your head? Is it going in your head? Understood? No? Should I repeat the explanation? There is no way on earth, even for say God or Trump or anybody on earth, to know the address of this node. It's not possible. Since they have only given you this address, whatever you are building, it has to be only through this site. So the only way is to remove that node from the list is you copy the values and you destroy the last node, whichever is the last node. You destroy that. This is one way, or the other way, you just update this value. Don't try to shift the whole thing, right? You only just destroy the next one and you connect this two. That is the other solution. You don't want to do the shifting. So the optimized, another optimization you can do is, let me write it cleanly. Let's say the order has been given to delete this, okay? So what you do is you copy this value, let's say 1, 2, 3. So you copy the 3 value here, this becomes 3, and then you leave rest of the list as it is, but make sure that this is connected to this and this get freed from the memory. Because see, you cannot modify anything beyond this. Let's say there was a 0 here. You cannot touch this part. Whatever you do on this side, right? So this is the another algorithm. In the first algorithm, you have to shift the values. So you have to run a loop to do that. And then finally destroy the last one. So these are the two algorithms. Okay. So the next one is enough of linked list. Let's change the topic. Stack and queue. What is stack and what is queue? You are aware of it. Queue everywhere. You go to any bank, anywhere there is a queue, you know the queue, first in, first out. Stack, you may not have, but stack also you see in house, right? You stack up your clothes, you stack up your books. So you know stack also. What is the famous interview question? Famous interview question is implement a stack using queues. Please note it down. Implement a stack using queues. Anybody want to volunteer? Come and do a mock interview. And you know the offer. What is the offer? Already 2 people got the offer. You got the access to the course? Okay. We actually gave them the SD full stack course. That's in last 6 months ago we had sold it for what, 10,000-12,000 rupees. So both of them got that course. One more opportunity to become volunteer and okay, take 5 minutes. It's a tough one. Implement a stack using queue. What are the operations of stack? Push, pop, and one more is there, no? Peek. So you have to implement these 3 functions using queues. Using queues as a data structure. I'll also take 2-3 minutes break. You all think about it. Use the diagrams and try it. And when you are ready, let me know. I'll take a mock interview. What are the functions in queue? NQ and DQ, right? So NQ will add it and DQ will remove it. Okay. So anybody want to do mock interview? Tick tick 1, tick tick 2, tick tick 3. Okay, we'll continue. So stack using queue. Let's say I want to insert 1, 2, 3 in stack. If it was a stack, then I would insert it like say 1, 2 and 3, right? So let's say I did that same here in the queue now. So I called NQ 2 and 3. Okay. What is the problem? So when I do NQ and DQ, right? DQ is the word for removing the elements from the queue. So when I DQ now, what will come out? 1 will come out, correct? So because 1 had gone in first, 1 had gone in first, so when I do DQ, 1 will come out. But in stack, what will come out? 3. So how to solve this problem? Answer is on the board. I wrote the answer on the board. Using 2 queues, yes, that's it. Now think, what is the solution? So whenever there is a DQ, what you should do? So now you have this one is, let's call it input queue, okay? So then 1 you will remove, and where you will insert it? Okay. Then 2 you will remove and insert it here. And 3 you will remove and you will insert here, and this becomes empty. Okay. Then I got the question wrong. It is other way around. Because in the queue, if you remove and put it back in the queue, it will be same. So question is wrong. What is the question? Now can you try to solve it? Draw it on your. So you have two stacks. And you have to implement queue. So let's say you inserted 1, push, you inserted 1, 2, 3. And now when you enqueued 1, 2 and 3. Now you want to DQ, right? You want to DQ. So when you DQ, what should come out? 1 should come out. But where is 1? 1 is at the bottom of the stack. So what you do, you take another stack and you take the values from here and insert it here. So 3, 2 and 1. And this becomes empty. So when this becomes empty, you know that now you can DQ. So you DQ 1 out from here. Now after that, if I call again DQ, you can get the 2 out. But what if after this I again call NQ 4? Where it will go? Will it go in this stack or will it go in this stack? And this is empty, right? So this is empty now. So now I do NQ. Where it will go? Correct. And then now I do again DQ. Again I do DQ. So it will go on till this becomes empty. Then again if I call NQ, then let's say I added some more element, then again it will insert here. So always when you DQ, it will always go here, and if it is empty, it will empty this one and then do it. Clear? Okay. So there are not much questions on stack and queue, but they get used in lot of programs, lot of problems. Okay. That train platform problem that we all solved yesterday, there was an interview question, right? You remember there was an interview question for asking minimum number of platforms, correct? So you can sort those timing, and whenever there is an entry, right, you count. I mean, you don't need stack also. Let's say that's not a good example. Let's see if there is other example. Yeah, reversing a linked list, right? Reversing a linked list, the other solution is use a stack. You insert into the stack and then you pop it out of the stack and then you tie them together, tie all the nodes together. So stack and queue as a data structure get used in various problems. There are very few interview questions which are like this for stack and queue. Okay. So what is the next data structure after stack and queue? Do you want me to go into details of how to add element to stack and all, or that you'll learn in the college? You're learning in the college, right? I don't want to do that. That anyway will be covered by your professors, right? Now let's get to the little hard data structure called trees. How are we doing on time? We'll sharply close at 4. So before we go there, before we go to trees, right, I want to see if you have any questions for me about your career, how to prepare, industry, any general questions. Last topic is trees. Do you have any questions? Or do you have any questions about algorithms 365? No? No questions? Do you want to know when I will visit your college next? Yes. At least you have that question? Yes. Okay. So the thing is, it's very difficult for somebody from industry with 15, 20, 30 year experience, that too from say Microsoft and Google, to come and take 2-day workshop like this. How many colleges are there in Karnataka alone? Engineering colleges? 200? Okay. How many there in India? Probably 1,000. Correct? And data structure cannot be covered like this in 10 hours. Data structures is a 40 hours course, right? What I tried to do in last 2 days is generate that curiosity, generate that interest, and try to clarify some doubts, right? I just try to prepare you to learn data structures. That's what I can do in 2 days. And is it possible for me to come here and take a 40-hour class? Or let's say go to 1,000 colleges in India. Let's say there are 100 people like me, even for them as well, I'm telling. So it's a wrong expectation from your side and or even say from college management and everybody to expect industry leaders to come and teach you like this. This is not scalable. It won't work. So what will work? What will work then? And neither they can take all of you to the industry and teach you there. That they used to do. Infosys and all they used to do. Take 10,000 people to Mysore and teach them. Not the data structure. They would teach them various tools that their clients want. But even they are also slowing down. So what is the solution to this problem? Recorded content is the solution. So the reason Algorithm Studios built that very high-end studio is we are trying to record content from industry experts and make it available at either at free of cost or at very affordable prices. That's the whole vision. Your principal, sir, he was my professor. I was his student. And when my teacher asked me to come and do this, I cannot say no. It's like my guru order. My guru is ordering, right? It is like Guru Dakshina for him. So I cannot say no. But can I go to every college in Bangalore? Forget Karnataka. Can I go to every college in Bangalore and do this? Answer is no. So please change your mindset. Try to find the best person from the industry. and try to learn from them if they have the course. I'm not saying you come and learn with me. You find any such people. So there are some good YouTube channels. Have you all heard of Striver DSA list? Have you heard of this person, Kunal Kushwa? Then Harry. Then Apna College, Jenny's lectures, right? Love Bubber. Then algorithms by what's his name? There's one more guy, famous guy for algorithms. So please learn from industry experts with whatever, YouTube or the website, wherever possible, and prepare yourself. Why you need to prepare yourself? See, these are all the products that you guys are using. Google. So within Google, you are using everything. You are using search. You are using YouTube. You are using now Gemini, right? Meta, you are using multiple. You are using WhatsApp, Insta, FB. Then you are using Windows. Then Office. Okay. Where are all these products made? Where are all these made? I mean, which companies made this? Where are those located? US? Correct? See, they're all located in US. What do they use for Google search in China? What do they use for Google search in China? Do they use Google search in China? They don't. Why? Because the Chinese Communist Party asked them saying you have to share user data. Google said no. They said goodbye, Tata, see you bro. So what Chinese did? They built their own search engine called Baidu. What do they use for messaging and money transfer? WeChat. They built WeChat. So almost every product, are they using ChatGPT or they built their own? So for every American product, the Chinese have built their own product. My question to all of you, and not just question, my challenge to all of you, when we will build our own products, made in India and built for rest of the world. Huh? Zoho is building, but Zoho is into only 2 areas. So Zoho is into office productivity, and they are into CRM, Salesforce and Microsoft. What Zoho is doing, they are mainly into Salesforce and Microsoft. Who will build rest of the products? How many engineers are there in Microsoft? 2 lakh. Google around 1.5 lakh. Meta is around also 1.5 to 2 lakh. So roughly all put together, big tech in America is less than 10 lakh people. And all these 10 lakh people, they are all very good with data structures and algorithms and system design. These 2. So if we can produce, we don't need 10 lakh. Because of ChatGPT, we only need 2 lakhs now. If we can produce 2 lakh engineers who are good with data structures and system design, hopefully in 10 years, we can have all these products developed and built here right in India. And I challenge all of you today, please make use of all the resources and prepare yourself. See, of course, you will become rich and you will make money. That's given. But along with that, you will help our country to become technologically independent. Because whenever things go wrong, what countries do? They use this as a leverage. What if tomorrow all of a sudden they say, no, we want to stop WhatsApp. We want to stop ChatGPT. What will you do then as a nation? Huh? Will you go to China? See, for all of us, we have this beautiful nation. We all have to live here. Only some of you, Trump will take. He has anyway decided not to take you. All that route of going there for masters and silently settling down with H1B is gone. He is charging $100,000 for one H1B application, not visa. Application he is charging. So please learn data structures and algorithms and system design, and let's build these damn products here right in India. And we don't need 10 lakh people. We need hardly 2 lakh people now to build them. Do you all accept this challenge? Okay. So let's move on to our last topic, which is trees. So what is a tree? What is a tree? Tree is a data structure. What type of data structure? Non-linear. So what does tree has? It has a root and then it has children. Left node and right node. And then this can have further left node and right nodes, or it don't have to have, and it can point to the left and right can be pointing to null. Okay, so they both can be pointing to null, and this you can call it as end of the tree. So where the tree data structure is used? Where is it getting used? Recursion. Where else? Where is it getting used? So like I always tell you, why we have to learn trees, correct? See, trees are used at many places. Tree as a data structure. See, when you are exploring your folders, when you are seeing the folders in your computer, right, it is stored in a tree data structure. The idea was to inspire you with where this industry is heading and what is needed, because there is a lot of chaos and lot of misinformation. Some are doing it intentionally and some are doing it as a business, right? And some are doing this because of the ignorance. I'll tell you a couple of incidents where people come and tell that, Mahesh, why are you teaching DSA to students? Anyway, they won't be coding. The first question, do you know what I asked that person? I asked, sir or ma'am, have you written code? Like, have you done programming? And they say, yes, I have done programming. Then I asked, how many years ago? And many of them are like directors in the companies and all. They say, no, I did 15 years ago. Then I asked, what product did you build? They said, I built some website. So the person who has not built scalable products like search engines, WhatsApp, Telegram, Microsoft Word, Excel, if they haven't built that kind of product, they will think that AI will replace engineers. If they have built any such product, they know that AI will not replace software engineers. So please don't get misguided by these things. Have immense clarity, and no matter how much progress we'll make in Gen AI, you will still need engineers to build things. Okay?